Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Testing the audio. It's looking far away, but oh, that's fine.
Audio
Hey.
sounds good.
Sorry?
The audio sounds good.
Yeah, it's much closer to me. I'm going to get it even closer, but I need more time for that. I'm going to make I need a longer audio cable because my shotgun microphone, it does help with proximity. Like when I talk right into it, it sounds much better. But
Yeah.
that's going to be too uncomfortable for me to do. But anyway, so how have you been?
Good.
Because I've span out last week on Monday or Tuesday or something like that. I had like a bit of a minor manic episode,
Yeah.
and then I was medicated with psychiatric meds for about 5 days. But I only took half the dose that they wanted to give to me. 5 different drugs, so it's still in me. I'm still trying to pass it. I'm drinking a lot of salt water, and I need to probably fast a bit because I've put on 7 kilograms. That's like over 10 pounds. That's well over 10 pounds. So
Yeah.
anyway, like I'm a bit fatter now, but anyway, my sleeping is fine now, and I haven't been medicated for about 5.5 days now. So, but I was taken to see a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist confirmed that I wasn't having a manic episode. He said, I'm very close to having a manic episode, and he wanted to put 6 drugs into me. He wanted to add one. He had his favorite drug. That's what they do because that's how they get money as well, because
Right.
they get taken to all the conferences. But look, it's not exactly their fault because they're working with statistics, and they have to keep you dazed and confused and dumbed down because like that's the only way that they can treat bipolar type 1. Because I agreed with him. He said, you are bipolar, and I said, sure, I'll take that diagnosis, but I've been managing my bipolar for 10 years without incident and without medication,
Right.
with some oral marijuana, which I don't really take for my psychiatry. I take that for my body because I'm a big guy and I can't afford to go to physio and I can't afford to lose weight in my household, which is, I know that's a strange thing to say, but when you're being triangulated by 3 different kinds of narcissists and you've got disrespect because you don't make any money, because I'm rich in influence and I'm rich in I have certain gifts and certain powers that I'm stopping. In my mind, in my imagination, I'm stopping the genocide because, when I listen to Parliament and I hear the speeches of the people in the opposition benches, I hear my words from my YouTube channel and my emails that I send to people because I'm like, I don't want to be genocided. But I'm also busy on my psychology research because a lot of people are medicated when they don't need to be medicated.
Right.
Like I was. I was medicated for like at least 7 years. I doubled my body weight. I went into psychiatry 110 kilograms, that was my optimum actually. When I was having my first major manic episode that was recorded by them, because I think I had a major manic episode when I was like 12 years old as well, 13 years old. I remember having I was actually confused. Like when I was a 13-year-old kid, I was in the kitchen, which is where the rubbish bin is, and I was peeing in the rubbish bin because I didn't remember where the toilet was, but I knew that was the receptacle for garbage. So I obviously had some kind of major manic episode when I
had
was
a
13.
dream like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I broadcast as well. I've had multiple dreams with multiple people, so you might have been in my head already because that's how this works. I think a little bit.
When I was young, I used to actually. I'm hearing me echo.
That's my fault. That's the problem with this because you see, I need to have headphones as well. I need 2 audio extensions so that I don't have, because right now I'm listening to you over speakers. I'm going to mute myself. You can.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I used to have dreams that I would get up and go to the bathroom, and I would wake up peeing in the garbage can. I was literally dreaming though that I went to the toilet.
So you had like a kind of narcolepsy. Because
Yeah.
that's Wow. You see, I wonder. I don't recall that I've ever. I mean, when you get that issue when you wake up and you're very dazed because you're like half asleep, and I mean, I know how to do things when I'm asleep. Like I can move around my bed and move to the other, like I can switch sides, of my bed, just out of comfort, and I can go to the bathroom, and then some people can eat from the fridge. Oh my word! There was an incident. I don't even know if I should talk about it online. There was like a proper incident
Well,
where
then let's not.
this.
If you don't know, then let's not.
Yeah, you see, this is. I was wanted to talk about this, and I need to go for a haircut as well because this looks unreasonable. I was actually thinking maybe you should teach me. You've already told me some tips how to cut my hair, but I think because I do need it to be shorter, but I also need it to be longer because obviously I'm getting on in age, and like I've got some. I mean, I've got my bald spot has gotten so much better naturally somehow. I've tried some natural remedies like lemon juice and stuff like that because supposedly that takes away the DHT or something like that. Anyway, but sorry, let's not talk about stupid inane things. But
Well, I still need to make some tea.
okay. I will. Okay, how about you go make tea while you listen to me because I'm going to set up some things.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So
I can still hear though.
okay. Now I haven't even. I don't remember. I've unlisted a lot of my webcam, a lot of my live streams now, and I did that as a precaution because I was spinning out, which, by the way, was very helpful for my theory because I was trying to confirm something. Yeah, so like in my model in Metagram, which I haven't touched Metagram for a long time because I've been back in Metatype land. It's interesting. It's like when I actually when I was modeling Metagram, I was very autistic or withdrawn rather, and very empathic with individuals that I was basically studying to try and confirm tether points or to work out the actual circuitry going on inside of the metatype. Because anyway, so Metagram is kind of like a much more advanced version of Enneagram, and Metatype is like MBTI. But in my models, it's a little bit the reverse in terms of what people in typology land already think about these things. It's a little bit inverted for me because my models are just so damn detailed and good and amazing. But anyway, they're so amazing that, I mean, this is how I understand bipolar. I understand bipolar better than anyone in psychology and psychiatry because my models are actually true. And then there are other types of things that I don't quite understand, but I probably could. They could probably be unlocked because, I probably know the difference between schizoid cores, which come from metatype, and that cause people to be different kinds of narcissists, like why some people gravitate towards somatic narcissism rather than cerebral narcissism, and also the inverted narcissism of metatype 14s. Now it's interesting because I still don't know, because it hasn't been empirically confirmed to me, if people can actually shed their metatype. But I have gotten from my little spin out, I have gotten I more appreciate the culture war. And I think what's going on here is that there's a third of Metagram which does not exist as a rational type. I've called them, non sequitur circuits, and that's because they are shared by, in Scientology, I believe they call them demon circuits. And then they stopped calling them demon circuits quite quickly because they realized that this is the drama of people. This is part of the ebb and flow of gaming reality, or you could call it the pool of n theta, or you could just call it karma. That people, so
Psych,
that,
you're cutting out a little bit.
oh,
It could be
that's
my
annoying.
connection though.
Well, I'm hosting this, but it's being hosted by StreamYard. So whoever has a better connection to StreamYard will probably, it might be me. That will be cutting out there. Anyway, so I'm getting a bit complicated, I guess. But the short version of it is that yeah, it would be better if I did this on OBS because then I would have a copy to upload again. Yeah, I'm doing this purely on StreamYard, so I guess I will try to refine this better. The thing is, I need to have proper space because when you make long live streams, that's like maybe 100 gigs. I don't know, or anyway.
Right.
Um,
That's why I save everything on YouTube. By the way, I have a strike for hate speech because I restreamed a fucking racist talking about me. I got a strike for hate speech.
You hate yourself. They're afraid. They love you so much that they're afraid that you might commit suicide.
No, he was talking about me and his encounter. He was trying to make up a story about what happened when he came on my platform. And he was talking about how much he kicked my ass and all this shit. And I literally got a strike for hate speech. And he hates white people. He fucking hates white people.
Oh my word.
How did I get a strike for hate speech when I was literally restreaming his words that he was talking about me?
Well, did you comment on it? I mean, I wonder, was it his words that were hate speech, or did they count your reaction to them as because like you created the hate by framing him as being hateful?
No, I wasn't even in it. I just took a 20-minute clip of shit that he was talking about me. And I got dinged for hate speech. And this guy apparently never gets dinged for anything. So
they're playing favorites.
Well, it's had me thinking. I mean, I knew on the intersectionality Olympics that black kind of dominated. And I don't know whether to feel good or bad about it because it is a man's words.
Wait. It's been Johnny Depp is changing it. He's changing women. Yeah. Women are going down a peg. I was just about to talk about this because basically within the 24 metagram. Okay, so metagram has an aspect of it which I didn't model because it can't be modeled as far as I can tell. I call it irrational for a reason. It's just 24 emotional tones, right? And that's because people, even if they do have a stable, rational internal locus of control metagram circuit inside of themselves, they also can deal in the 24. And so women usually develop this, especially from being pretend mommies. Like even when they're little girls and they're pretending to be the mommy, they learn the woman code, right? Is that you can be annoyed and condescending at the same time. And if you're annoyed and condescending at the same time, you might as well be Satan, which is why the Muslims are so good at putting women in their place, and then they can wear pajamas, as Ryan Long says in his comment. If you can contain women, then you can hold hands with your male friend and you can wear pajamas all day, and no one will call you gay. You can actually get away with it. But if women can run their mouth, then they end up running your culture and they run your society, and you can't have nice things. But maybe you need some pressure because Muslims are maybe too laid back, and white guys are just a bit like killers. But I mean, hunter-gatherer. We've still got the hunter-gatherer thing. But what women have done, the symbol of the hunter-gatherer is the sexual symbol. Even the men are aiming at something, and then they have to get it. Aim and get. Aim and get is the hunt.
Right.
Which means that you also, if you're competing against other men, you're aiming at things and you're hunting and getting. Aim, hunt, and women are like a chalice, and they hold something in their cup. They contain something. Now, if you can contain annoyed, the annoyed emotional tone and the condescending emotional tone simultaneously, you've got a Aegis, you've got a Pallas Athena, you've got a little, my father is Zeus, thank you very much. I don't have to listen to you. My father is Zeus. If you want to come and date me, you better have a Zeus cock, or you better have a Zeus car, or you better have a Zeus bank account, because my father is Zeus. I'm condescending and annoyed at even having to talk to you, and that's not a nice thing to have in society. That's like Excalibur. That's like, oh, you think you're King Arthur, or you think you're you think you're the king of the Britons. Sorry, this is a Monty Python skit that I'm channeling a bit, where he goes around and he says, "I'm king. I'm your king," and then they say, and then these women are playing in the dirt, and they say like, we're an anarcho-syndicalist, and they're literally playing in the dirt, and he's like, well, I'm your king, and because if you just actually had the right sense of sovereignty and king, then you would actually have a better life, but you're too busy with your own little grubby social democracy experiment or communistic experiment or something like that. Because if you don't respect sovereignty, like if you can't play that game, at least you can't up your own. And that's the problem, is that who holds condescending and who owns annoyed? Because if you put those things together, it's very nasty. It really is. But sometimes we need a bit of opposition. We need a bit of opposition processing to actually get our gears going nicely. So America is the land of innovation, and Muslims call it the Great Satan. I shouldn't generalize. You can't generalize. I'm just trying to basically, that's the stereotype. I'm just
changing this.
Well, Johnny Depp is, well, I mean, first of all, by the way, I mean, if you look, I know about different types of women because I live in South Africa, which is the real diverse country. We're not a melting pot. America has got a much more beautiful kind of melting pot. In fact, America is designed for its democracy, so its culture is on the forefront, whereas my country, the law is on the forefront, which is why it's so fucked up that we have lost the law now, because we've been so, especially the people in our country, they look at the American system and everyone wants to be part of America, even if they're not part of America. Our current opposition leader, I can talk badly about him because I consider him quite friendly. Look, I can't blame the opposition. The opposition is doing everything that it can, and it deals with the culture as it stands, not the culture as I wish it to be. So I can't criticize them too much. But right now, the leader of the opposition is in Ukraine, trying to say, well, we need to actually have a South African, because the current ANC says that there's nothing really wrong going on in Ukraine. We would mediate them if they want us to be mediators, but they're sitting back, and they're halfway between Russia and halfway between America, and they say, there are problems on both sides that need to be sorted out. Whereas the opposition leader is going rah rah rah, the American propaganda. I believe that the Russians, look, who knows why the Russians are there exactly, but the truth of the matter is that Ukraine was ethnically cleansing its own population. Its Russian-speaking population was being targeted and suppressed.
You know why? You know why?
To cause this situation, probably. That's what I imagine.
But because of us, and
yes.
my country's left party constantly fucking pointing their finger at Russia, blaming fucking Russia for everything. So yes, that would carry over into that.
This was dreamt up by Hillary Clinton, because that's what you do when you are a dirty clique of plutocrats and you're taking your own culture for a ride. You have to create melodrama. You have to create distraction. You have to create. And I've just said the naughty word. I've just said Hillary Clinton. So if I die now, it wasn't suicide. If I die, it was the CIA led by HC. I'm not going to say her name anymore because, I actually am afraid of Voldemort. I'm a little bit afraid. Okay.
She's I can't stand her.
I mean, you watch Hillary, even her husband is afraid, according to South Park. If you watch the South Park, if you want to know what really happened in history, you watch South Park, because that actually tells you the truth. It's the satirists of each age. Anyway, because the satirists can equal the hate of the Great Satan. I was just watching this beautiful South Park issue about free speech, because it's not about believing in free speech. Are you willing to defend free speech? If you're not willing to defend it, then go fuck yourself. You might as well. You deserve to live in an a radical Islamic country. Then, if you won't defend free speech, then go away. Anyway. But sorry, I was going to test my own. I'm listening to myself.
Yeah, I'm a bit taken back by. I'm just this whole Roe versus wage shit and listening to these fucking feminists and them freaking out about this and the shit that's coming out of their mouth. I'm like, who are these people and why is anybody listening? Like, these aren't people. These aren't fucking people, Psych.
Well, I am slightly sympathetic to the American situation because this was sorted out by other countries earlier. And the problem is that America does not have a decent legal system to back people up because, like, you can't go to court and argue principles and get your way. You can't do that. It's all based on the democracy. So if the democracy is not on your side,
if the democracy is mentally ill, what do you do? Besides,
no, but, sorry. I'm trying to give both sides play here because the problem is that the law on abortion has been superseded by this shitty judicial. This is the problem: is that the law in America, the judges in America are fundamentally politicized. They can't help it. It's because the system is based. So they found a legal device to create a compromise that now has needed to be, rectified at some point because it was actually bad law, but it was a useful device to ameliorate the division because America wanted to keep its religious credentials. America wanted to be the Christian poster boy, and Roe versus Wade was just too much of a good opportunity not to try to have it both ways, to have your cake and eat it, So they use privacy essentially, which privacy is like a decent right. But anyway, so now they have gone from privacy, the principle of privacy, to the principle of states' rights. They've gone back to states' rights, and now they're basically saying it's time for democracy to grow up, because that's also what's caused the culture war. Is because the culture war because America, the boss of America, is the democracy. The king of America is the democracy. That is how the system works. I've given you another model. I've said, look, South Africa, we have the supreme law, or we had it until we became Americanized because of your culture war, because of this insanity. Because you could say everything that's gone on has been a prelude to the democracy actually sorting out whatever. Look, this is a huge powder keg waiting to explode.
Yeah.
And all of this, you could say, was a prelude to, like, how Christian are you really? Because I don't believe in America's Christian credentials. You are controlled by Big Pharma or the military industrial complex. I don't care. You're controlled by some money power. It's always going to, it's not Jews. It's not Jews. It's not even industrialists. It's the deep state, because that's how every country has to have a deep state. Deep state. Sorry?
Deep state or feminists?
Yeah. But that's because they believe that they're doing the right thing, but they're militants. This is the problem: is that every country has to have a deep state. But the American deep state is living in the old world because it's got an apparatus on top of it that's like 300 years old. It's not a bad apparatus. Please don't get me wrong. In fact, it probably exists to control North and South America, because this is the white man's guilt burden, is that we have to help everyone has to help other people, and Christianity is such a powerful ideology that we want to be helpful. Erasmus wanted to be helpful, and certainly people need to be helped. I mean, have you seen how much they badmouth the British? They're always blaming the British for everything in their life. They say the British colonized us and they fucked us over, and they fucked us. They cry and they cry and they cry. They're obviously begging for the British to come colonize them again. But the British can't colonize anyone anymore because they're a social fucking democracy now. They fucked over their own culture. I mean, have you seen what it's like to be British? I mean, if you're in the education sector or you're in the health sector, I mean, this is why Britain doesn't have decent health. I mean, like, psychiatry in Britain is a fuck up, because you can fix physical problems with a social democracy system, and they do try, and they do pretty well. If you've got a dentistry problem, they can probably help you. But if you've got a mental problem, you're a bit fucked, because that requires expertise. Because mental psychology is fucked. We don't actually know what we're doing as a society. I know more, but when I go to a psychiatrist, because it's controlled by the NHI, you know, has these theories and things like that. So yeah, you can categorize my symptom, but I get treated like a statistic. They don't. And the guy in front of me does not respect that I've gone 10 years as a bipolar type 1 without being medicated. That's a medical miracle.
You're breaking up again.
Oh, sorry, I'm shouting.
Cyclone, it might be me. Let me. I think it's me.
It is the distortion in the background a little bit because I mean I was listening to myself. I could hear that there is if it was closer to my face, it would probably be much nicer. But my cable is literally.
It's doing it on the video too. You're freezing up, and it could be me because in the past, whenever I've had panels and stuff, I thought it was the other person doing it, and it was me the whole time. So let me.
You could mute yourself and then unmute yourself to speak.
No, you were cutting out. Like I caught about half of what you just said.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's on my end though. Let me because I've been downloading and a bunch of videos to put over on one of the backup channels. I'm pretty sure it's that. Let me restart my laptop. Yeah, I'll be right back. Hello.
So I was just listening to myself on the stream. It sounds like it's coming out perfectly.
Yeah, on your end it is.
Yeah. where was I? I was just sorry. I was just getting into this whole diatribe about how the abortion thing is kind of coming out.
Yeah.
You see, it is interesting because I mean, this is the problem with Christian fundamentalism is that, because these kinds of spiritual issues, if you want to be on the safe side, you just be extra. I mean, I mean, I've given my opinion on this, which comes from my own spiritual kooky anecdotes and things like that. And I do think that I have. Look, I mean, maybe I'm too close to the issue because I can describe myself as unwanted population. I mean, both my parents wanted to abort me. I only survived because my Catholic grandmother, that I believe that I made a special deal with in the womb, fighting for my life, and I had to guarantee certain things. And then my grandmother was on my case my whole life because I made a contract with her and I wasn't keeping up the contract. I wasn't treating her own daughter because, never mind their grandson, I was disrespecting my own mother but I mean, certain things happened after I was born. Anyway, my life is a very special case, and I don't know, to talk about my own family is a bit, because I'm in it. I'm in my family, and I'm constantly disrespected, and I'm not given money, and I have friends. I must say that the person who gave me the most, I'm about to racially. I was actually racially profiling this after I remembered it, so that's a good sign because I thought of this generically and then I racially profiled. How would this look to other people? Turns out that this is actually not such a bad example, just in terms of the generalization stereotype of the world. But I don't care about the. I was given money by my friend, by my female friend, gave me $13 to make me feel nice. When I was actually suicidal. And she didn't hear that I was suicidal because I didn't say anything to anyone. She telepathically just picked it up. I was literally feeling suicidal. She called me. I don't know how she did that. She just called me on Skype or something, or I can't remember. And she was upset at how she thought that I was upset, and then she just gave me like $12 on PayPal, and that was like 10 years ago. So like $12 was probably double what it is now. So that's like, it's like $25 probably. But anyway. And it actually did. I mean, because it's interesting. Like I had a friend who was the same metatype as I was, metatype 13. Metatype 13 has an interesting kind of treachery because metatype 13 want people to be independent. They want everyone to be independent. So they don't want to give you things that you can do for yourself, that you're strong enough to do for yourself, except if you know that it's going to be like a free gift, and then they'll give it to you or something. So they have this kind of treachery because they want everyone to sort out their own mess in their own backyard because that's the complicated thing about messes, is that people safeguard their own messiness because it's delicate. It's also delicate as well as messy. Like it's not just broadly messy, it's delicately messy.
Right.
Anyway, and that's the nature of the world, not in the individual, because we are individual nodes. We're not just sociological data points and structures and things like that. And so anyway, when I'm being treated like a number by a statistician psychiatrist who is giving me he doesn't understand that I've gone 10 years without incident. I've also been probably using marijuana orally for about at least 3 years. And I've been doing that to treat my physical symptoms because, I have I'm overweight and I can't afford to go for Thai massages. It's wonderful. They walk on your back. They get my shoulders into alignment. I mean, and now I'm doing it through physio, but I can't afford both of these things. So I swear the marijuana really does relax me. It physically relaxes me. It also, because I have a lot of intestinal issues which run in the family. It's a kind of genetic sort of thing, but I just hold a lot of stress in my body. But I've been massaging. It's taken me like 3 years, and I've been scraping. There's this Chinese tool called gua sha, and it's like a metal scraper, and I've been doing that on my legs because it's all lower body stuff anyway. But I mean, I can bitch about this forever. Anyway, But it's interesting because I link that also. I mean, I've described myself as lazy, but there's a thing about being more intelligent the lazier you are, because then you want things to actually be streamlined. You know, to be accomplished at being lazy, you have to get all your ducks in a row, and you have to actually sort everything out and manage it as best you can. But some things you can't just manage. Some things you just have to get down and do the work.
Yeah.
And someone has to do it, and time is money and money is time, and I'm not paid for my time because I want to give it all away. I want to be free. But I do have friends in high places, although I don't have a line to them. I can't communicate with them. And I must say, I've got like 10 hours of recordings. I've got probably 40 hours of content that I've removed some of my live streams, and I've got 40 hours talking about so many things. And the problem is that I went into sexual content, and then that's what made me bring it all down, my live streams. And that's also why I haven't published some of my recordings, is because I talk about sex, because sex is a big issue. I mean, that's also, I think, what the problem with the lower generation is. The lower generation has been supervised. Every second of their playtime has been supervised. They have not been able to develop their own sexual, because but maybe the culture is different, is because when I was growing up, the older generation was ashamed of sex. You could even be violent. They were okay with violence. They were not okay with sexual content.
Mm.
You know, like so little boys and little girls, doing sexual stuff with each other. That was that's problematic. But violence, bullying, and scrapping, like that's all cool. Like, so somehow there's like, go fight the other boys to be the alpha, but don't enjoy the fruits of being alpha, because you have to earn it. You have to earn. That's the sort of the whole rat race in the sexual idiom. And it's interesting how people, women especially, I think, who are condescending and annoyed, they just want men to go and prove their worth, prove their salt, and at the appropriate age, or I guess, so it's like there's a certain understanding that certain people at certain ages, they just shouldn't even think about things. They shouldn't even, think about things. And I mean, I was quite a scientific little child. I'm just trying to think, So I was always curious, and I always wanted to know more knowledge than was on offer. But I mean, also because I didn't have anything else really. Because as far as I can tell, I wasn't really parented. I was my own parent, So I had an independent spirit, foisted onto me anyway. And I was capable of being independent. So I just didn't look back, But obviously, you can revisit this and reprocess this. I'm just talking in general. Jordan Peterson talks about redigesting your. I can't remember. It's a psychological concept. Redigesting your he was doing this with Milo. When Milo was being abused and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and he was that you're an older person now. Because I still consider myself, I think, to be a 5-year-old intellect. I don't think that I'm any different from when I was 5. And maybe I look that way. But it's also, I'm a little bit obscured by my hair, but and by my fat. But my fat is really my armor against my family, because it's
Right.
weird, like, because I resent my father. But if I look good, my father will give me money, because he's a somatic narcissist. So it's like, if I'm a good reflection on him, he will reward me, but I have to ask him for it. And I don't want to. I'm not a fucking prostitute. He should offer me fucking money. I shouldn't have to, that's how I feel. So, for my own sanity, I won't ask him for money. I won't. And he certainly has spare money. Well, I don't know. He wastes. I don't know what he wastes money on, but I know that he's wasted money throughout my whole life. He's gotten how many fancy cars instead of letting me go and go to law school at a proper university, and I couldn't anyway.
So back to the culture shit. Why is it that I can't even listen to these crazy bitches? I can't even fucking listen to them. I'm like, when I hear them open their mouth and the shit that they say, I'm like, why are these people even alive?
That's because they're like 6-year-olds. They're literally they are having temper tantrums as 6-year-olds, and it's not. It's you're not capable.
I have no sympathy for these crazy bitches whatsoever.
Yeah, because that's how you would make them grow up. Is you would throw them in a sand pit, and only when you got yourself out of, or because they need to be spanked, because they literally like they need the idea. Look. I mean, by the way, I don't exactly believe in physical rectification. You know, they say spare the rod, spoil the child. I think that the rods can be transmuted into consequences. If a child understands consequences, that is what the rod is consequences. And like, you know, you can impose consequences. It's that they have to understand the concept of consequences, because they can hurt themselves. They can hurt themselves by their own consequence. That is the rod in their life.
Yeah,
So,
but they're saved from their consequences.
yes. Well, their consequences have been managed by them by authority. So that's why they're totalitarian scumbags, because authority means management of consequences, so they can be kids forever. And when I say kids, I mean literally they are goats. This is the sons and daughters of liberty in America. That's what happens when your democracy makes precautionary rules for you and puts you on the right side. Let's call that, it's not just narcissistic egalitarianism, or what does Sam Buckman call it? Pathological egalitarianism. That's pathological Christian garb. You know, you can dress yourself as a Christian or something like that.
Right.
I mean, you can do that. I was just watching this beautiful Kierkegaard lecture about how, you know, you have to be either an, I can't even say the word. I don't like pronouncing these words, but I remember, I think I was a very young person. Maybe I'm just transpersonally projecting this, but I remember arguing with a psychologist when I was very, very young, who was very much taken by Kierkegaard, who was basically the big granddad of all the existentialists. Like all the other little ones all came up, like Camus and all the absurdist kind of crowd. They all happened after Kierkegaard. So if you just want to understand the crux of it, and I remember, I think I was very young, and he gave me all this Kierkegaardian bullshit, and I basically said, you know, Kierkegaard has one interesting idea, and you know, but he's not a religious expert. He's a philosopher, and he doesn't know the Holy Ghost. He doesn't know Christianity. He talks about the Old Testament. You know, he's living out. He's the Western emulation of the Asian consciousness of Job. You know, Job was in Asia Minor, at least, or anyway. But I mean, I do. Sorry. So they call him the modern Job, and they call him the modern, let's say, pre-Abrahamic, because, you know, like when you actually, the idea is that the pre-Abrahamic conundrum, when you have to actually sacrifice your own child for God, and you don't know why, but you still do it anyway. But then after the fact, what happens after Abraham? Well, after Abraham, you have history of nations, and what is the resolution to the war between nations and from the father of nations, because that's what Abraham is, the father of nations. So what is the solution to the father of nations? It's also the solution to the imagination, which means that there's more to know about God after. So you get the rod up front. You get the consequence of this way or that. You get the parameter up front, but then within the parameter, there's still more to know and there's still more to learn. And Kierkegaard was a pissant. Was a fucking pissant. He didn't know what he didn't know. So let's forgive him. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. But that philosophy is for 4-year-old nihilistic pissants. Okay, and so these people that are postmodern, that's what they are. They are capped at a certain age of development. They are capped at a certain level of nihilism, but they need to be devoted to something. They know that. They know they need a totalitarian script. But anyway, I'm just giving an intellectual category of these things. But anyway, and I was watching Jordan Peterson has this beautiful 1 hour of the importance of ethics in his Hoover interview. Oh man, I love that Hoover guy. I don't watch all of his stuff, but I love watching some of the old stuff. He's really, he interviewed all of my friends, all of Gerard. Man, I'm so bad at people's names. I know too many people from when I was young, and then I can't. Anyway, the problem is between my two lives, between my secret life and. Anyway, sorry, I was about to take a piece of paper, but my pad is over there now. Oh my word. Sorry. And Kevin Samuels has died recently. I remember talking to Kevin Samuels. I was even thinking. Let me mention that. So this was an idea that I came up with Emmanuel when I had a long discussion with Emmanuel, and I feel so guilty because 3 times during that discussion I was like, man, we should have made this a live stream because we're going through such important content that has to do with the country. But then you are. I don't even know if it would have come out the same because we were talking about things that we don't know the answer to, but I came up with the answer. It came out in the discussion, and he got it out of me a bit. But I was the one providing most of the content, but he was giving me important context and insights because he knows things that I don't know, and he was confirming what I already suspected, but he was giving enough content to confirm it. So he was giving me that gift. He was being a deacon to me. He was being the bishop of my teaching. He was contextual. He was grounding it in actual value of why it is relevant, of why. So he was being the reason to my faith. I was just giving the broad abstract faith, and he was giving the contextualized, anyway. But
So is Emmanuel 13 also?
Oh, yeah, I've thought that. I mean, he must be an INTJ. I mean, I'm guessing that he's a Metatype 13. But it's interesting because I'm trying to relate this to Scientology as well. Because I don't exactly understand everything about Scientology, although I intuitively kind of do, because they have 7 grades mostly, and they want people to be at least grade 4, because then they can actually take it straight from me. Then I can explain things to them. But really, if you're above grade 4, I think you're in OT land after grade 4. I think grade 4. Yeah. Anyway, but so OT 7 is also. So I don't know if grade 7 is OT 7, and if that's the pinnacle that you can do. Because Scientology is not about being a Scientologist; it's about overcoming Scientology as well. Operating Thetan. So basically, Thetan is just a way of talking about yourself as an entity, as a soul, as a spirit soul, maybe, or something like that.
Sure.
And so
this sounds like Universal Mother territory.
So Universal Mother. Where does that term come from? Is that a Catholic term?
No, that is one of the crazy bitches on my list.
Oh, well, maybe if they are interested in those kinds of concepts, then they should try and get into Scientology if they can, because that's the problem. Is that Scientology, they don't give Scientology to people unless they really want it. Scientology doesn't accept everyone. Like you have to actually. That was very, very sad because you had a falling out with that woman that we had a 3-way with.
Mimi, she called me and yelled at me, and she sounded just like one of these fucking crazy bitch puppets. It was black this, black that. Yeah, I understand my mom is a piece of fucking human garbage, but she's a black woman, and I don't like how you talk about black women. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? No, I've spent so much time talking to this woman, and she flipped shit on me.
That's not nice. That's a bit sad. I mean, so she's got a button. You see, this is the problem with identity, right?
Yeah, so I think it's the bastard button. I think the bastard button got her.
So, I mean, look, I have this problem as well. This is the curse of political correctness, because political correctness has taught everyone that generalizations matter and that we need to clean up the generalizations, so that people should avoid generalization. And that now I use generalizations in public even, and I can see the sweat on some people's brow, and I don't know if they're afraid for me or if they think that I'm being aggressive to them, because political correctness has really gotten everyone's goad everyone is now goaded by the political correct hot buttons, because we're told let's all be fearful of political generalizations, or because generalizations are political. That's the lie, is that generalizations are a political espousing. To speak a generalization is to have a political position. Now, that is maybe true if you're a 4-year-old and you don't know anything about anything and you're a fucking retard and you're ethically bullshit, but there's some people who are above that who actually know that generalizations don't mean a shit, so we can use them in company of people that we believe that we trust enough that we're not just having a superficial how's the weather
4-year-olds,
so if you actually
personally, they take it personally. They think when I talk about specific crazy bitches that look like them, that I'm talking about them. There's something off in the brain there. I don't get it.
No, but that's because they probably see themselves, because that's how they navigate their reality, is that people that look like them can give them special information about how to get by in the world. That is how they operate. They operate, so they're not an operating Thetan. They're not an operating spirit of mind. They are an operating identity, and identities are associated in a network which they're plugged into the Matrix. They're still in the Matrix. So they didn't watch the Matrix. I mean, there's a whole generation out there who doesn't know anything about the Matrix. They didn't watch the Matrix movies. They don't understand Descartes and how to overcome, the brain in the vat kind of issue. They are brains and vats out there. They are plugged into the Matrix. And that's code word, I guess.
Wait, like on Ninja Turtles?
Culture. Sorry?
Like
What?
on the Ninja Turtles? The brain in the vat. Wasn't it on Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, so that was that's a brilliant thing that you've just come up with, because I mean the Ninja Turtles did have body shame issues, like they were always mutants, but April could see through them. It was almost like that they were the Prince Charming frogs, and then they were led by a rat. So they were actually, like they were all ugly mutants trying their best. They lived in the sewer. So, you've got class consciousness there. These are poor guys who live in the sewers of the world. Yeah, I mean, do you know people who actually clean sewers for a living? I mean, there are men out there, obviously they're not women. There are men out there who clean sewers,
Right. Yeah.
Hey,
let me grab some. Oh, Billy's
hey, Billy. Yes. Maybe we should include Billy. I'm sure Billy would have some interesting things.
Do you want me to send the link to him? Are you guys connected on Discord?
Well, let me just put it in the text chat here.
Yeah.
Well, he obviously saw that I was. Oh, he must be a subscriber. Anyway,
Poor food.
Eating pizza. Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, so I was just basically making that connection that the Ninja Turtles probably was about the brain and the vat, and about because that's one way to exit the Matrix. It's just being too poor to play the game. Like if you can't be rich, if you can't be middle class, bourgeois, in the Marxist sort of thing, then that then you get the whole Christian parable about it's easier for a rich man. Sorry, let me change this into.
Hey, Psych. Mandy.
Hey, Mandy just went to go get something from the kitchen.
What's
pizza.
Up,
Billy? Oh,
I heard you literally just like 2 seconds ago talking about the Matrix, and then as you moved over to Turtles, so I don't know what you're.
We were talking about the fight that Mandy had with a woman because she was talking about generalizations, and I was talking about how generalizations shouldn't be like I was talking about the curse of political correctness, and I was unpacking how political correctness is kind of a psychological, ethical problem of thinking, which Jordan Peterson probably addresses this, but he addresses it from the political sphere, perhaps he should address it more from the actual individual psychological interpretation of people, because I mean, people really do need to grow out of generalizations. But the problem is that there is sometimes ambiguity because, I was watching this beautiful song, which I would love to be able to play songs and things like that and do cultural commentary, because technically I should have the copyright ability to do that because it's transformative. It's called, I think they're called the Dead South or the Deep South or something like that. And they use politically incorrect language because one of the guys in the group, he's like, we in South Africa would call them colored, like he's not all white, he's quite, I guess the social justice people would probably say that he's white passing enough, but but the lyrics in his song actually they flout the politically correct line, because there they are singing country music from the South, and the lyrics are actually, they penetrate the layers. They penetrate.
Are they a modern era group, or is this from like what sort of time period are they from?
No, they are modern, and they go after women. Their lyrics go after women, and their lyrics even touch on the fact that he's the black guy in the group. Like the things that he says, right. He's actually processing the generalizations that the audience might project onto him, or I'm not sure. Maybe it's so he is literally exposing his transpersonal. It's like, I know how I look to other people. He's like, or I don't know what. Maybe that's the idea, but he's actually laying it out. He's being naked. He's making it. Sorry, I'm talking to.
Yeah. And so like whether or not it's self-awareness, but there's some degree of awareness embedded in it. It sounds like. Did you hear what's going on in Australia currently with the PC language police? They're trying to ban the word mate. Like how you doing, mate? Like, g'day, mate, kind of thing.
You know why? It offends the asexual people, because
asexual
people.
They're saying it's not inclusive enough.
You said they're trying to desexualize. You see, they're trying to rattle everything out of everything until someone will actually put their foot down and say, like, no, we can have our idioms, or we need to have a cultural convention, or maybe they just want proper English. Maybe they just want people to actually use the Queen's English. They're actually all secret, totalitarian, Queen worshipping. They want everyone to go back to the British Empire, and that we all have to use the same lexicon. We all have to use single language.
Well, it's going to be like they'll just keep nitpicking and moving the goalposts. There'll never be a consistent, like a stable structure. I mean, that kind of goes against their mantra. They have to stabilize it.
See, I take the intellectual abstract principle and I expand it too much to be nice to them. But the truth is that it's all bait and switch. This is just the diversionary bullshit artistry, while they get their own personal grift.
Well, it's good. It's good that you mentioned that, because along with this notion, like, hey, we should ban mate, they're also saying things like if there's a work environment setting, that you should, if you're going to invite people for drinks, say after work, you should invite everyone at the company, because if you're selective, then you're oppressing and you're discriminating.
You can't have friends. You have to be everyone's friend equally. So everyone must be on your Facebook. Like you can't be selective about who is on your Facebook.
That's right. Yeah.
Everyone has to actually. I don't know why they don't have the setting. Then they should have the SJW setting. Be friends with everyone on Facebook. Like a request friendship from everyone on Facebook. What I do. I'm very selective on Facebook. Like when I meet someone, I never ask them for Facebook if I have contact with them, because if I can contact them, then I have contact with them. So like if I have them on Discord, then I know how to get a hold of them. But if they're people who only know me in real life, then like I need actually it's like a phone directory. It's like my personal phone directory. So I mean that's
Yeah.
how I use Facebook. And so I have under 70 people on my Facebook. And when strangers try to add me because I'm in the same group as them, or I don't know, some people just try to randomly create tendrils. They're just trying to randomly, it's like, well, now you're just losing the value of the function. Like, I mean, yes, you can do that, but that's because you're aimless. You're lost in your own little autism, or you have superficial connections. Like, I don't want to have. I'm trying to have high quality.
Yeah, I see that a lot on Discord, where you got all these they call them servers, like groups, and you get added to them. And if you look at them, you're like, oh, everyone in this server is basically the same as the other one. It's like they're like mirroring each other. So it's kind of redundant. It's like, what's the point of joining all these servers if they contain the exact same members? But I hear what you mean, like having that kind of.
I mean, well, I'm maybe a little bit guilty because I am a member of a lot of different Discord servers, but I mean, a lot of them are more similar than others, but they do actually have quite distinct differences. Like, I mean, I can give some examples. Like, I must say, I'm not active in them at all, but I just want to have, like, I haven't left them, like, because I mean, you should see my room. My room is I'm guilty of this. I don't throw things away. I hoard things unless I know, for example, unless I know for a fact. Like, because I have a half idea about how it might be useful. Yeah. And so I will always retain things that might be useful, which is my problem. I've converted so much of my room into shelf space, and I really have a tiny room. It's mostly a library of many, many different things. And the problem is that my psychological theory, I swear, like, I've spent so much money installing more shelf space. Like, now I've given up. I don't have a chair, but I've got a double. Anyway.
Like, did you ever?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Sorry?
Say again, Mandy?
Did you ever get into that Portal Discord server? I'm in that one.
Oh, I think I did.
Eric Weinstein?
I think I was in one that was close enough to being the Portal. I'm in the Tea House, Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, Mark of Wisdom, The Bridge, Noetic Nomads, Artistic Metaversity, the Coffee House Academy, Mutation Salon, Digital Nomads, Conjure, Castalia, and then Future Thinkers Community is in its own little thing here. And I made like 3 different servers that I put with my. So I'm in Typology Central because that's from my history basically. Then I made my own server called Left Visionary Think Tank because I want to make a private communistic society. That requires money. I've got Intellectual Dark Web, which I made. I got Philosophy by Psyche, and I made The Culture, which is kind of on an E&M Banks concept, which I helped. I have to be careful what I say, maybe, or I'm going to get sued, or I'm going to make other people's lives uncomfortable. But anyway. I didn't say. Is it actually called the Portal, or is it not? Is it not called Awakening from the? All
right, I'm gonna eat, so I'm gonna.
Anyway, and then I'm in Cape Cod, which is the local independence provincial movement, which I try and give them my brand of independence. I'm in the Good Mothers server, the Gig Economy OBS community, Commonwealth Network. And then I've got a whole lot of gaming servers.
I get a bit confused with all these servers, and it makes it even more confusing when people have different names.
Yeah.
Can people change their name, or do they just have multiple accounts?
Well, possibly both. But over time, there's certain people like you get to know them, especially like say on YouTube land, and then you discover that they go by a different name totally on Discord. And unless you know that sort of piece of information, you'd be none the wiser.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I do think that they know that they're being fucky. I mean, I would say that that's on them for not wanting a stable identity, and maybe they're just not serious people,
Well,
or
I think on Good Mother's server, there's a couple of people that go by different names, but they at least sort of make an announcement. It's like, hey, it's me from YouTube. I'm so and so. So, you know, hopefully you get the kind of like the memo or whatever you call it. But if you miss that, then you wouldn't realize.
yeah. Yeah, because that's I guess how often do they do that?
I mean,
And I
I kind
guess-
of. Well, I confuse people quite a lot with my multiple avatars, because not only do I change my avatar, but I change my name to be a bit of a smart ass about it.
Yeah.
And unless they kind of recognize, they twig, it's like, that voice, that accent sounds familiar. Is that Billy? Like, yeah, it's just Billy fucking with people. I'm like, what? Doesn't the horns give it away?
Yeah, Psych actually got on my ass about that, about my variable identity.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I do think it's a house cleaning issue. Like because if you keep on making house cleaning issues for other people, you're obviously creating a bit of a gauntlet, a bit of an obstacle course. But some people, they're so superficial that they just want that kind of drama because like that's the level that they're on. So in some sense, you're unconsciously just trying to rattle them to actually demand that not be an issue anymore, so that you can actually upgrade upgrade the what's the word? The discourse.
Yeah,
Well, I don't do it for that reason.
that's why I do it.
I don't do it to rattle. I mean, if anything, I do it so that people can kind of like laugh along with me. Hold on, I'm gonna look at my folder now.
So you're a Joker. You
I'm a
are
little
the
bit-
original Joker before the Batman series started becoming famous.
Well, I try to limit it. For a long time, I was limiting it only to a stream that's called the Bleeding Edge. So I just mess around on there. But over time, I kind of started doing it on Good Mother's streams. But generally speaking, if I'm going to somewhere that's not really familiar with my shenanigans, then I'll keep it to my basic avatar. Like right now, I'm using my basic avatar because it's more
Why am I
formal.
the only one on video now? Why didn't you show yourself? And Mandy, why did you cut your cat? Oh,
I'm eating.
oh, okay. It's just pizza. Well, is everyone good pizza except for me? I had planned this whole lecture that I was going to give, and update my whole life. Like it's not nice. Like where I live, when I walk to the store, there are like 5 kids on the streets that are begging for money and for food. And I'm too poor with my I mean, because my salary a month, I basically get about $450, maybe a little bit more than that. Like that's what I live on a month. And like this month, I gave away 2,000 rand out of 7,000 rand. What is that? 2/7. I don't know what that is. That's under a third. It's less than a third. So I gave away a third of my salary.
Are you Mormon?
And, sorry?
Are you Mormon?
No. Why? Do they give a lot of charity?
Yeah,
Oh.
like 25% of their income, I think.
Oh wow. But
It goes to the church. So
I mean, the problem is that like I'm in debt. So when I give away things and I don't come out of my salary. Like I don't come, if I just buy food for myself, I don't have enough money for my own food. But I mean, obviously I'm overweight anyway, and I try to plan fasting because I need to lose weight, and fasting is the best way for me to lose weight. But now I'm not allowed to fast because I had the spin out last week, and because I've got a psychiatrist on my case, and because people are waiting in the wings to I mean, the amount of I have to fight every day because I get undermined every day. People starting fights with me in my households just to try to prove that I'm crazy, that I need medication, because that's what happens when you don't follow the advice of people with the social status in your. I mean, this is the problem with psychiatry: is that psychiatry and psychology is usually manned by people that failed medical school. So then they started becoming shrinks, because like traditionally that's how the system worked, is that like everyone wants to be a doctor or a surgeon. If you can't hack it as a surgeon, you become a doctor. If you can't hack it as a doctor, you study psychology, and that's how the chattering classes preserve their high social status, And so
you're not gonna
Sorry.
like hearing this, guys, but we've got this. I've forgotten the acronym for the level of qualification, but the government are doing a whole bunch of courses in all sorts of fields, like that parental course I did.
Yeah.
And it goes up to like a level 2, so it's kind of like government funded, so it's for free. And typically they're how long was I doing that for? Do you remember? Like maybe like 8 weeks or something like that, like a couple of months.
Yeah.
So one of these courses is called mental first aid. So in the space of a couple of months, like basically 2 hours a week, you can get a level 2 qualification, and that's going to sort of open the doors for whatever journey, like in the mental field. But where it's alarming is that people are like, "Yes, sign me up.
Yep.
I want to become now a mental first aider."
Yep. That's what Mimi was doing.
Yeah, with
In
the
New York, they already have those.
That is the problem, probably, with her, because you see, when you are taught things like that, it's very depersonalized and it's regimented, and so that theory will usually treat people as if generalizations should matter, because that's how much they matter to people who aren't ethically growing up. So you end up with the lowest common denominator of reality, that you end up spoon feeding into expectations that then make those people live that way, because they are expected and they're treated and then they are protected in that mode. So it's kind of enforcing that people become slaves to the aesthetic program in the Kierkegaardian kind of sense.
that's
Instead of actually,
that's what happened because so you get to a level 2. There are level 3s, and when I did my parental version of it, I applied to do a level, because once you, at least with that one I was doing, once you get to a level 3, if successful, I would have then been able to lead the group. So I would have been like the tutor, but they didn't like. So I had to do like a little interview for it, and they said basically like I had too much knowledge, too much information, and I wasn't going, in likelihood, wasn't going to like stick to their program, play by their rules, to regurgitate what was taught to me. So I wasn't allowed to go on it. But yeah, it's like a crash course, because you're at least doing like 2 hours in that subject. It's not enough time. And to be a mental first aider, like a therapist, essentially, something like that, or a counselor, is pretty alarming.
Yeah.
To then go off and be
I
responsible.
imagine you can only do counseling with that, because look, I just know from my system, because my system, look, I don't know about the British system, but obviously if you have a social safety net with healthcare, usually the quality suffers. So, but usually Britain tries to have high quality. So they might have two different streams. But in my country, they won't touch you. Like if you want to be a psychologist and you do counseling, they won't touch you after that. So you actually, if you want to be a psychologist, you can't study any counseling, because they'll just say, no, you should be a counselor then. You've already gone into it.
Yeah, they said that. They said like you should go in a more specialized direction. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Can I swear on your stream?
Oh yeah.
Oopsie. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
But Billy,
I mean-
you skipped my question. Why aren't you on video? Surely you're a man. Surely a man can eat on camera.
They'll meme me. They'll do something. They'll be like,
didn't you do it to them first by being a joker?
well,
why don't you want to be memed? Will it steal your thunder? Won't it add to your powers?
No. Well, no. This is me. What are you talking about?
What?
This is an authentic photo of me being held up by what's his name? Jafar?
Mufasa. Oh.
I didn't even see that because my screen is very far away from me. Let me make this full screen. Okay. All right. Okay. Man, my setup looks so good right now with all the shelving that I put in. I made this with my friend out of copine, so it's just virgin copine that's been sanded. It looks beautiful, and now I've got a shelf that's got space for a second screen when I eventually want to buy a second screen.
Getting all snazzy, eh?
Yeah, I'll take a picture of it. It shows sometime. But my room, yeah. Anyway,
what are you? What's the grand plan? Are you turning it into like a studio? Are you going to have that kind of foamy stuff on the wall?
Yes. Well, I'm just trying to. The door is the problem because I can hear everything outside the store. Like I can.
Right.
I have a maid in my house, and I can hear her cleaning the bathroom and cleaning. Like I can hear everything in the corridor, and this door is terrible. So I need a better soundproof door. But my brother's quite violent sometimes. He punched the door. You see, he was having a temper tantrum. He's 2 years younger than me, so he's 33 years old. Anyway, so he punched the door, and so that door needs to be replaced with my door, so I can get a new door. So that I lucked out there. So I get to buy a new door because my brother destroyed the door in the. Anyway, we're actually going to take that door. This is what we're doing with the carpenter, who's a friend of mine. We're going to slice open it, and we're going to try to pack it with stuff, and then we're going to add sealant around my door frame a bit. Or anyway, so hopefully it'll be soundproof because right now I'm being distracted by the background noise. Like I can.
You're making it sound like an airlock, like a spaceship. Like.
Well, that's the problem. Is that doesn't help. You actually need to absorb the sound as well, because if you have a solid door, it actually doesn't. It isn't soundproof, or it's weird. Well, no one knows exactly. It's complicated. All the different dynamics.
You want to get a bit of like double glazing.
Yes,
so then,
yes. You need layers.
Like,
yeah.
The vacuum of like the absence of air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also want sound deadening because I imagine actually it's probably gotten better because now the microphone is much closer to me. But I'm not even allowed to drive anymore. My driving privileges have been taken from me. Yeah, I know it's crazy. There's nothing wrong with me, but I'm not allowed. I got that I can drive to the gym, which is just across the road. Like I can go just across the road, and I went just across the road yesterday, and I did a big shop. I bought some celery because I make smoothies for myself. Anyway, but my audio could be a lot better. My audio is being suspended. This is what the string is. This string.
I was wondering what the hell that string was.
It's triangulate. My audio cable. I've got an audio cable that doesn't reach all the way to me because if it was in front of my mouth, it would sound a lot better. Here, you can just hear how much better I sound.
I don't know. It kind of has. Well, one your audio generally sounds all right anyway. But the string, I don't know. It kind of adds a bit of a charm, like a quirk.
Well, what I plan to do is
I noticed this is new.
The problem is that this webcam is a tiny webcam. It needs to have a wider and a deeper shot. But I bought this webcam for 200 Rand because I couldn't afford the 1080p webcam. But anyway, so like I want this in the shots, but you can't see like what's in front of me. Like this is on my bed in front of me, and I've got anyway. What I want to do is put a wooden block on top of this table that's going to hold the microphone like closer to my face.
Did you try messing with the settings, Psych, on your StreamYard? Go to your camera settings,
Okay.
and you might be able to. Yeah.
Show advanced options.
Yeah.
720p. If I go to, I can change the definition to a low definition. Maybe it'll make it bigger.
Well, I remember messing with those, and it messed with the size and the shot and stuff. So it might do something.
Is that bigger? No, is that the same? The problem is that this is 640 by, it says 720p, but when I read the box, I could tell that this is a quarter of 1080p. So if this was 1080p, it could be double the width and double. I'm pretty sure it could be double both ways, because this on the box, it's 640 by 480, something like that.
Yeah,
it's a weird little square. So I think that this is one quarter of what 1080p would look like if this was a nice expensive camera. But anyway, yeah. But my parents won't give me money, even though, like, I feel like I'm the one who's stopping the white genocide in this country. I'm the one who's stopping the ethnic cleansing. I'm like on the forefront of so many things. But because no one pays me, and because when I try and get a job, I don't know, like, I guess they can see, I feel uneasy myself, because I don't even want to be employed by the opposition party, because I have more power and more influence. And I also have to finish my psychology theory. So, I'm doing all these things that don't remunerate me, and I'm treated a bit strangely by my family, which in my view is, anyway. But I mean,
you have that white privilege problem.
Yeah.
I have to listen to my maid cleaning the fucking bathroom.
Well, no, I mean, the problem is that if I had just gotten a degree, I would be taken more seriously. But I wasn't able to get a degree because of the color of my skin and because of my maleness. Like, if I was female, I probably could have gotten into the law stream. That conversation would have gotten a lot easier, because I was trying to talk to people in the departments to transfer, because my parents were not. If my parents would just pay for me, they could have just paid for me. You see, like, They expected me to transfer to the law department and not get a degree first. And that is possible to do, but they just didn't want to pay the extra money. They were like, no, you can finish your law degree at correspondence. And I tried to tell them that I can't actually do that through correspondence, because when they teach you law at correspondence, they force you to memorize shit, because the people who are marking the exams are not law people. They are English people. So they have to have a mark reading sheet that they mark your answers to. So you have to be asked questions where you don't think. It's just rote regurgitation. And so because of the quality of that, I don't have a good memory. Like, I'm a genius because I understand the subject on a deep level. I don't walk in there remembering things. When you go to a proper university, they even let you take in a cheat sheet, because, like, it's all about being able to know what to do, and you don't regurgitate wasted effort. You don't duplicate. You don't have to memorize things that don't have to be memorized if you know a good reference, for how to get them. Right. So I've been screwed my whole life and then when I went to a proper university, which my parents could have afforded me to go there, I guess, but maybe this is the thing, is that my parents forced me to live a certain way, that I had to go through some experience, because I am very privileged. Even in my current state, I'm very privileged. I'm so privileged that I am being slowly ethnically cleansed, rather. If you listen to, these are people are black Nazis. I'm not joking. They are black Nazis.
I know. I just got a fucking strike from one who claimed I'm the fucking Nazi.
Yeah, and you get the hate strike. That's how you know that
I get the hate strike.
Yeah, but you are living the first world problem of it. I am living because it's sad, because it's not just us that suffer. It's not just the whites that suffer. The whole society is suffering because we can't get our act together. We can't put in proper. Because they keep on voting for this filth. They keep on voting for this disgusting. And the problem is that the courts should have cut it out. But the courts already incline themselves to the American corruption. In the same way that the American system is corrupt, we imported that same way to be corrupt by playing with words, by playing with the semantics of the law, which doesn't work in our system. So you have the Constitutional Court judgments that are making the most ridiculous kinds of judgments. You think you're in continental Europe. I mean, it's just as bad as continental Europe and American legalese bullshit. Yeah. So I went through this with Emmanuel, sorry, I'm just letting it flow now, which is bad.
Get it off your chest.
Yeah. But I mean, like, if I was in court, I wish I could be in front of the Constitutional Court judges and being filmed on television. I wish I could do that, because I could lay it all out and sort it all out in one afternoon. I could do that. Like, I mean, which is why, I might be shocked, which is why someone might rock up to my doorstep, because there's a lot of money in corruption. And, and the wonderful thing that the ANC are doing now is that they're trying to use white guilt to get the foreigners to pay for their corruption now, which is wonderful, because, Europeans are so fucking retarded and stupid that they will rather pay for our electricity, and then it's not going to go into electricity. It's going to go into the ANC corruption. That's what they do, is they say, this is a problem, we need to put money there, and then they steal the money. I mean, it's just basic theft, because it's all the cadre system in the ANC is just different mafia sections, and they're all working together to steal the money. It's simple. It's just overt corruption.
Because they're kind of doing that in Shanghai at the moment, or in China in general. I was updating myself on what's currently going on over there, and a lot of the communities, their food that is being donated isn't getting delivered to the residents that are locked up. So they're being either stolen, or they're out of date, or they're being sort of deposited in a kind of like a secret location. But generally what's going on is that they're taking the funding, and it's becoming very lucrative. So, for example, like the more affluent areas or people in the population, they're getting a good selection of food, whereas the people who are struggling and starving to death, they're getting like one cucumber that needs to be divided into 3.
But I mean, see, it is interesting, because, like, I was watching a South Park series on this general idea about starving children in Africa, and the real problem is that, what is the best solution, and then what is the problem to the best solution, and what level should you do it? Because charity can facilitate corruption. The more charity is attracted to a situation, the more the people can be corrupt, because they are using, they're using it as a magnet to pull in help from outside, because other people, they want to give, but they don't want the headache of actually seeing what the real problem is, and that's the problem with generalizations and thinking, and being politically correct. Just say, oh, no, we don't judge. So you'll give us money, but you won't give us your judgments, while people are actually being ethnically cleansed, while people are being more stupid, while the education system is because that's the problem where I live, is that in the traditional areas, and it's so politically incorrect to talk about this that no one will talk about it. Not even the freedom people, not even the free market people, not even Big Daddy Liberty will kind of get into this issue, that the schooling is so bad in the traditional areas because, like, the ANC won't even deliver the textbooks. There's a huge scandal 3 years ago that the ANC, or 4 years ago, won't deliver textbooks to the schools, because if the people get educated, then they'll change their voting pattern. Then they won't be reliable ANC voters in the future, because if they get empowered through the mind, then they'll vote for a better life. They'll vote for capitalism, or they'll vote for the free market, or they'll actually believe in themselves, not in their identity or their blackness, or their as being the currency of because that's what it's so opportunistic, like how these people are exploiters. They are the neo-colonialists. We are colonized by our own black elites. And they are doing so because they share blackness with the poor, and they use the poor as a human shield. Like, that's, long story short, what's actually happening in this country. Whereas white people, do people not understand that apartheid ended not because we lost, because, and I'm talking in a generalization, obviously I don't hold the guilt for white people, and I don't hold the guilt for who is my people? My people are South Africans who are all suffering because we won't respect men and competence and reasonableness, because, there are too many juvenile young men who feel hard done by, and then they go be communists, they go be leftists, they go be social democrats, because they can't cut it, and they thought that they were the shit, and they can't make it. They can only make it in retail because they didn't study math hard enough to be accountants, or they wouldn't be scientists, or they don't have it here, and they think that they should be able to fuck bitches and live the high life, and they're gangster niggas, what do they say in the American vernacular? They believe that they're God's gift to women. They believe that they deserve to be treated as God's gift to women. Just somehow, because they have short man syndrome, or they have aspirations. They have identities that they have idolized, and that they see themselves in that vogue. And that's most of the population in some sense. You should grow out of that in the sandpit. When I was 5 years old, I taught all my peers to grow the fuck out of that bullshit. Because I was a straight up and down 5-year-old. And so I could be friends with girls, but a lot of the girls just wanted to play house with little dollies or whatever. And I was more mechanically interested in things. But I had girls that were friends. Usually they were a little bit young, or they were around my neighborhood. It's interesting. I've been friends with girls my whole life. But many girls, as soon as they believed in Care Bears, then they were gone. Girls that liked Care Bears, evil people. Right. And then they got little boys to watch the Care Bears with them. Sorry, were you a Care Bears kid, Billy? Sorry, how old are you? Sorry, by the way, I should ask you what your
39. 39.
So you're older than me. Okay, by 4 years or 5 or 3 or 4 years, maybe, or 5. Sorry.
Say hello to Emmanuel. Say.
Oh, is he here?
Yeah.
So I was on full screen.
He said facts at you.
So I just want to ask questions. So Emmanuel, can you see the link? You can come on if you want. Do you see the whole history?
I think he can, because I opened it up to type to him, and I can see it. I see Cowabunga is the first one.
Ironically, what makes people stay infantilized is seeing politically connected people attain that success. No, they actually idolize their exploiters. They idolize their colonializers just because they share the they share the imaginary. That's the imagination again. They in their imagination, they're doing it for you. They are a reflection of yourself. They're a reflection of your pride. But that only works if you're triangulating someone who you're better than now. So that only works if you're exploiting someone else. So someone else has to suffer, and they deserve to suffer, and that makes it just. That makes it stable in a structure. That makes it a triangle. Is you have you, the child, your goal, and then the evil guy in the other corner. So they're on the right, you're on the left, and you're looking up, and you have to triangulate some poor guy on the right, And so I've gone my whole life. Yes, I was born with a spoon in my mouth, but you see, this is what because I've always wanted to pay everything back to my society. Like I do want more money because I feel like I'm less effective, right? But if I had more money, you know what I want to do? So I want to have like a little monthly tip jar for myself so I can finish my psychology theory and do it with slightly more comfort, because the amount of interference that I have to fucking deal with is a headache. But if I get any extra money, I would just give it to people, but I wouldn't give it to people freely. I don't believe in giving charity like water. I believe that you have to give it with a certain level of teaching at the same time. And if they don't take the lesson, then I won't give it to them. I'll find somebody else who deserves it more. You know, like.
You already give your money away, Psych.
Sorry?
You already give your money away.
Yeah. Well, it is slightly annoying because I do have a little bit of debt. I've got like I've got about 6K debt, 6,000 rand, which is basically my salary for 1 month. So I'm 1 month under, but I don't pay any interest on my debt. I'm very good at that. I manage my debt so that I don't believe in interest. So, you know, like I juggle things and I never pay interest. But anyway.
Why do I want to murder all these abortion protesters? I can't even stand looking at them.
Because they are, okay, look, first of all, so when I was trying to be sympathetic to the other side of the argument here, I wasn't talking about them. Obviously, they are the riffraff. They are just barring, you know, they're just reeing or whatever the meme is, right? Mm-hmm. But there is, some people know that they are actually being, what's the word? That they're being extra about it because they don't have the intellect to articulate it, but they know that there's something on their side of the argument, and so they're just adding to the cacophony of on that argument. You know, so they're trying to add general support for their side of the aisle on the issue or something like that, right? But maybe that's not true, because maybe the principle on their side is retarded. Their principle is like, 1 day before birth, you can have an abortion. Disgusting. That's evil. That's murder. That's literally murder. I don't care what your legal system says. That's murder. You know, like, obviously you can maybe talk about extenuating circumstances if the fetus isn't viable. You know, viability is obviously relevant there. So, you know, look, things are complicated. You actually, you know, like, there are legal things. The problem is that in America, the principle of the law is not in the law. It comes from the democracy, you know. I don't know if I want to repeat all of this stuff. Me and Emmanuel talked about this for 3 hours, and we actually ironed it all out. And I don't have the mind to regurgitate it from memory. I'm going to trip myself up. You see, this is why I blamed Emmanuel. I was like, we should have streamed this, guy. We should have streamed it already. A purely metacratic system would force them to grow up. Oh, you know, this is a slightly different problem with the legal problem. But anyway, yeah. So, I mean, look. No, but actually, Mandy, maybe you're being slightly hypocritical here, because in America, this is how problems get solved, is by creating a big noise, because that is how America solves problems, as a cultural democratic gemors in Afrikaans. You know, it creates. That's how Elon Musk got to buy out Twitter. By creating a stink in the public domain, he forced them to capitulate. That's what Sally, what was her name, after the Trump election stuff, they were trying to create conspiracy theories and trying to make a big thunderous, you know, like, because in America, that if you can win popular opinion, if you can galvanize the public and create enough of a democratic stink, then, you know, you're threatening the system with revolution. But you're doing it on the down low. You're doing it within the lines, can you get that's the question, is can you get away with surfing the political, what do they call it? I don't know all these PR words, you know, like, you're actually surfing the waves of, and so political correctness is needed in order to make the surf of the public opinion, to make it more even keel, to make it more reasonable, right? So in the American context, I would even say political correctness is an important ingredient to having a public discourse in the American system, because in the American system, the judges don't go and tell the democracy what to do. They don't. The opposite happens. The democracy tells the judges what law to do.
No, and that's why the leaking of this by whatever in the fuck her name is, I know it's the most left-leaning crazy bitch on the Supreme Court. she is hoping that enough of a stink will alter some of the judges' fucking vote on that.
Yes. So, I mean, you see, this is the problem, is that political correctness is so amoral and so autistic that they can literally countenance one day before birth abortion. So, like, you're dealing with a fucking machine there. You're dealing with a Cylon, kind of sci-fi enemy. Like you're dealing with the Borg. That's going to. Resistance is futile. They just want their grift, and they only care about their atomized selves. There was a beautiful Freedom Tunes video that I would actually want us to watch right now if I could deal with the copyright bullshit. Anyway, but there was a beautiful Freedom Tunes video on this point.
Freedom Tunes? I don't think he copyrights his stuff, does he?
No. But it's the same principle. He was doing satire on political correctness that kind of actually is this good cultural commentary about how the right, because you see, politically the right has to be amoral because the system is amoral. The political system in America does not have principles. It all comes from the democracy. The joke of the Freedom Tunes thing was how people care about women's sports. That is the only thing standing in the way of political correctness, is women's sports. That's the only thing that the right will actually really stand up for. They won't stand up for the rights of the unborn. But I understand that you see, that to me is a touchy area, because Christians, I think, are too strict about it. I think it should be first trimester, because I believe 4 months is the cutoff. 1 second after 4 months is murder in my book. Except if, obviously, you see, but you also have to have a bit of a leeway here, because some people didn't know what they were doing, and maybe they were in a car, maybe they have a miscarriage. That's a tragedy. That's a personal tragedy. But I mean, obviously, foul play, it gets a bit gray and touchy or whatever. How negligent were you? But anyway, I think 4 months is the correct number. But the problem is that how do you know 4 months? When did you know? So I think the first trimester, look, you've got 3 months. Just give, if you can't get an abortion in 3 months, I mean, like, really, were you kidnapped? Did someone hold you ransom for 3 months? Make up your fucking mind in 3 months. That's my solution anyway. And I have spiritual, religious arguments, but anyway, so you see how, and also ethical arguments, because we do have to bootstrap responsibility at some point. And if we don't let women have this power over their body, do they really have an internal locus of control? So I think 3 months is a beautiful compromise, but how that's going to happen in the Christian Deep South and how that's going to happen in the Christian America, I don't know, But I do think that's,
No, I don't know. I just worry about I guess.
There's technology as well. I mean, men can get. I saw this on Twitter, and I thought that's actually a good point. They were like, "Stop abortion at the source. Men should get vasectomies, and because they're reversible." And I thought that's interesting, because if men walked around with vasectomies, would women even want to have sex with them if they couldn't risk pregnancy? Sorry?
They're not necessarily reversible either.
Yeah, there are maybe sometimes issues.
Yeah.
There's another procedure as well where they actually they inject a kind of plastic that is like an inner tube, and then when the sperm goes through the plastic, the plastic has a kind of electrostatic force.
Or how about women? How about women should be required to be fucking sexually responsible?
I mean, well, you could just use condoms and know how to use a condom. But I mean, this is the problem, is that, like, when if you believe that a 1 month old fetus, or I don't know if you can actually, I don't know what the medical word is. If you believe that at 1 month, that it's already, look, it is certainly a potential life, but potential is not actual. At what
cell division site?
Yeah, no, it has its own genetic code at that point. It has its own chromosomes.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I have memories of being aborted before I came into this world. I have memories of trying to come in at different times And I even know the woman. I mean, maybe I'm just crazy and I just projected this, but I even knew the woman that as I was growing up and I was communicating with this woman in her womb, and she told me something about who the father was, and I said, no, and then there was a miscarriage, or she took I don't know, or she had an abortion. I don't know, but I miscarried in my mind. Maybe that's my imagination. Maybe that's a dream that I had. Maybe I'm just crazy, but that's actually what I believe. I actually truly believe that. I don't know. I have a recording that I made about this. I've got 40 hours of recording that have sexual content in it that I don't want to put on my YouTube channel because I don't know if people can take sexual content. And I was thinking, some of these recordings, should I put them on Pornhub? Should I make a Pornhub YouTube account, essentially? Maybe Pornhub will be better at my copyright strikes, because maybe I'll be able to take Freedom Tunes and put it into my recording on Pornhub, and they won't fucking copyright strike me because they'll say it's fair use. Obviously, this guy, he's a little bit off his rocker, and he believes that he's making transformative content, so it is transformative. Maybe that's how we break the spell, is we migrate from YouTube onto Pornhub. We make a little sex cult there. No. They will be encouraging other people to go experiment with sex, and they'll go fucking make a generation of demon babies because they'll fuck up their own children too much with sexual bullshit.
Yeah.
So who knows what should happen? I don't know. This is the problem, right? You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Right.
And the problem is identity, and the problem is lots of things.
Yeah, well, I was a little taken back that Mimi caught this crazy bitch virus that's been going around the YouTubes, because she said quite a few things that I heard out of Coffee Nino's mouth, that I've seen Alice and Latin Patriot fucking type, and that I heard this new guy, this RBR dude, I heard the same thing come out of her mouth that came out of that dude's mouth.
Okay, well, Mandy, sorry, I wanted to jump on you even sooner. Okay, so
Yeah.
tell me, why didn't you ask her why? Because if you could just ask her, why are you saying this about this? If you can just pin her down into making a principal point,
Oh no,
then
no.
you... Yeah.
She was off her fucking rocker. She was all emotion.
She was giving you a narrative. She was giving you directives.
Yeah, she was upset. She was upset. Yeah.
So she was allowed to be condescending because she is annoyed, or she is annoyed and she is condescending at the same time. And if you are both of those things at the same time, I think that's how women deal with crying children. Is that when they want their husband to do something, they'd be annoyed and condescending, and they say, just do this, this is what I want. Or that's how they deal with nagging children, because the child is also goes through a narcissistic phase, and at some point they have to grow out of the narcissistic phase, and the child knows how to push the buttons of the mother unless the mother actually puts her foot down. And the only way to put your foot down is to be annoyed and condescending at the same time. Just go grow up. Just go and learn how to do something yourself. Learn how to do your toilet thing yourself, or whatever it is. And at some point, you get stonewalled by the But when women remember the stone wall, they remember how to do the stone wall, and then they can use it whenever they want to in life. They can use it when they're dealing with other women. And so women need to learn how to de-escalate this shit. And they have to have enough patience not to be annoyed. Enough seriousness.
I did not have very much time because I was between clients, and it was already, 15 minutes into this, and I didn't see it going anywhere. And I was like, Mimi, what the fuck is your problem? Like, exactly, tell me what your problem is. And she just starts going on this tirade about her mom, which we both know about her mom. And then said something about me calling some ladies' kids bastards. I was like, okay, so now you're speaking up for Alice.
Yeah, so it's interesting because she is kind of treating you like a codependent treats, like a female codependent treats a man, because she wants you to do her thinking. She wants to give you the story, and you have to interpret like a cleric or like an oracle. You have to say, what is the good reason for you feeling this way? So, this is the whole, what do women want? This is the whole, like what do women actually want? They don't know is the answer to the question. They don't know, but they want to feel better, or they just want to stir up shit and they want somebody else to solve their problem, to make it better for them, because they have gotten away with that. And white knights have served them. White knights have come to their aid when they have this fucking attitude, because they just want to get their dick sucked, or they just want to fuck something because they've got male hormones, and so that's the a man that will actually, this is why women like the bad boy, because they actually want to grow up. They actually want to deal with someone who will actually put their foot down a bit, who will actually, give them the cold shoulder, or actually, the problem is that women have two minds about this sometimes, because gammas are bad boys, like true gammas, and I mean this from personality kind of quadra stuff, gammas who follow the intellect, right? I try to have a nice personality. I try to have a narcissistic style, because I can tell you, I can cut to the quick before we even get into the weeds. I can already give you the resolution before. And people don't like how I talk, because I title what I say before I substantiate it. So people want to cut me off when I'm even just told them the conclusion, but I haven't told you my reasoning to get to the conclusion. I tell you the conclusion first, then I tell you how I think. So if you want to cut me down, you need to wait until my substantiation, and then you can get in there and you can tell me why I'm wrong. But you haven't even heard my reasoning. You've only heard my conclusion, and you want to give me a story about my conclusion. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you fucking insane? Did you not understand that 2 + 2 = 4? That's the problem with women, is that they are above 2 + 2 = 5. Right. They are a high grade, because they've got, I don't know, are they even good at sex? Because I've had a lot of sex in my life, and women, especially the ones that go out and get free drinks, they don't know how to fuck most of the time. 90% of those women are shit in bed. They are literally terrible, because they just go off their persona and their looks and saying no. They've said no so many times that they've never learned how to have sex.
But
they're terrible lays.
But she ended the conversation because I said, I have 15 minutes before my next client's coming. Is there anything else you would like to get out before we hang up? And that's when she brought up the bastard thing. And then she ended with, I see, and it was the same fucking thing that RBR dude said. Something about, I see what you're doing. I see who you really are. You're hiding under feminism or something. She was alluding to me being fucking racist, for one, which I thought was ridiculous. But she said it the exact fucking same way that RBR said it. And I was like, okay, that you're a fucking puppet.
So she got an ideological earworm mind virus. She became ideologically possessed.
Yeah.
Because she obviously listens to people who are not ethically sound people. Right. And so she was like, well, maybe, but you see, it's interesting because, I'm not saying that she's an evil person or she's a bad person, because this is what people do. They don't have defenses, and they know that they don't have a defense. Right. So they're like, tell me why I'm wrong. She's saying like, I'm prone to being, but this is the problem, is that some people, they just don't want to do the work.
Right.
Like they actually don't want to be, they don't care about being ethical. They're not serious enough, because that was the other thing I was going to say earlier. Because it's not just about, I can't remember the construct that I was giving, but I was giving my sort of my careful, serious, honest. That's my, you have to be careful and serious and honest. The problem is that people think that they're being honest, but they actually have bad faith, and they don't know about their own bad faith, because honesty is a little bit is complicated. And I usually have a whole lecture on that, but I'm not going to pull that out of my pocket right now. Because I'll and R too much. I don't have it at the tip of my brain. But sorry, there was two other points.
She got infected in this. Every time somebody gets infected, they add a bit to it.
I mean, here's another way of doing it. It's like, behaviorally control yourself. Don't get drunk on your emotions. Don't watch people who you know are not right in the head just because they can sing a nice narrative. But I think people are attracted to the narratives because it gives them it gives them grifting opportunities. It's the idea is that if we choose this person as our representative, this is how the fascists win, is because they are alluring to people because they give people the tools for grifting, you know?
Yeah, but it was really weird. I know she's been hanging around the different she brought up SKC because she went into one of SKC's live streams. She brought him up. She brought up Sunkissed, and I don't know where else she's been, but yeah, she just brought up a whole bunch of different fucking people randomly, and it was just like fucking verbal diarrhea, which was fucking weird.
So I just wanted to respond to what Emmanuel said to me. Yeah. Sorry, should I?
Yes, Emmanuel, this is Mimi, my doppelganger, who is now a crazy fucking bitch.
I'm gonna say I don't have issues with women that are bad in bed because I can teach them how to be good. It's not that hard. The problem is if they don't want to learn because they're above that, and that's the problem with one night stands. I mean, look, I've had one successful one night stand, and I've only ever had 2 one night stands because that is really degenerate bullshit. You know, like you only have a one night stand if there is actually a real connection or something. Anyway, but oh well, now I've lost all my viewers. Now there's no one watching this. Wow, I feel like I'm being punished by my viewership. Oh my word! Went from 1 to 0, but
I don't
anyway.
Remember.
Both of these one night stands have haunted me. No, the one that went well haunted me because it wasn't good for her life. I think I don't know. You know, like I was walking around in a theme park, and a little kid with his father walked up to me and punched me as hard as he could in my stomach, and I thought, wow, is that woman? Is that? I guess maybe I have a guilty conscience. Like that's
maybe.
Or maybe that kid was just a really violent kid, and his father told him, if you want to get your violence out, kid, you can punch fat guys in crowds because they won't do anything. Because fat guys are like happy, jolly fat guys. So maybe I was just selected because I was a pudgy, like 20-year-old. And this guy and his kid, he was trying to train his kid to punch a really fat guy or something like that. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, Emmanuel, you spoke to her the other day. That's interesting.
Maybe Emmanuel should come on and he can actually talk.
Yeah.
I don't feel.
Wait. So are you one of the black men that follow my channel that also had a problem with my racism? Just curious.
Well, he already answered you, maybe. He said, I'm with good mother. Women have been corrupted by a lack of responsibility and an overabundance of people bending over backwards to make things more convenient for them. So I think he's already answered your question there.
Here, Emmanuel, I'll let you know the last thing she told me after our phone call.
So I feel like I'm
she said, oh, because after we got off the phone, she sent me a text. She goes, don't ever mention my name on your streams going forward. And I responded with, crazy bitchery really isn't a good look on you. And
Mandy.
Then she wrote, we both agreed to not have contact with each other. Let's keep it that way. Do not contact me or text me. Move on with your life. I also recorded our conversation so my words aren't twisted. Grow up. I said what needed to be said. Now move on. It would also be in your best interest to stay away from me. You're not welcome to contact me again. And then I wrote her back saying, good deal. Why don't you send me that so I can play it on my next stream? She didn't respond. Like, come on. Like, she literally just texted me not too long ago after our conversation how ecstatic she was that she got her kids back from her mom and shit. And then all of a sudden, I'm fucking racist. I'm
I must say, Mandy, I feel slightly cheated that we didn't live stream that three-way conversation in the first place, because like that was my life's blood spilt. But anyway, well, now we're going to get our own back, because now we're getting some value out of that. But I mean, like, that was counseling there. I mean, she's been using you for free therapy and for also practical assistance. After she got that assistance, she reverts back to the narratives that serve her the most. You know, like she. So I mean, so ethical when she needs to look responsible, more responsible than her own grandmother, because maybe we've just deprived a grandmother of looking after her children. Because maybe her grandmother was a better caretaker than a more ethical. I mean, she's certainly older, right? You know, like, so maybe the grandmother did play up bullshit to take claim of the children, but maybe that's because she's a better caretaker.
I don't know. Talking with her, it sounded like our moms were very similar, and our upbringing was kind of similar.
Can I just say, like, my grandmother didn't raise my father very well, but she was a beautiful grandmother, and she taught me so much because she was very intellectual, and I could unlock that. So I think that my father, I don't actually know what my father is in my own metatype system. I try not to think about him because, anyway, like, but I think my father has a bit of a schizoid core. I think he might be a psychopath. But anyway, or a sociopath. Anyway, and I think that might have been why he went to boarding school and things like that. See, this might be risky for me to talk about my private life like this on live stream. But anyway, so yeah. But anyways, but my grandmother, she was very political. She was very. She believed in alchemy. She taught me alchemy when I was like 5 years old. She was a prophet. She was called the prophetess in her circle, because I don't know the history that well, but I believe that my grandfather was part of the Old Apostolic Church for a time, but he was snubbed because he helped develop them, but then they wouldn't let him be an apostle. He was promised the apostleship of a certain anyways, but. And so that's look. I'm talking about things that I don't quite understand. This has never been confirmed to me, but this is anyway. My grandmother prophesied to me. I asked her for prophecy, and she gave me prophecy, and it always came true. So she was at least my prophetess, and she told me about my family. She told me about her daughter, my aunt, which my aunt was. She used to write lyrics for people. She was a South African independent movie star. She went to America. She married John Phillips. She was one of the. She had 2 children with John Phillips. So I'm talking about my family history here, which is maybe I can. She wrote lots of famous songs for many people. She never got credit. Even her own songs she didn't get credit for, which my grandmother was angry about, because John Phillips took credit for her own songs, and that it gave her. Look, I don't know about her personal life. I only know everything through my grandmother. But she wrote songs for many other famous pop stars. She wrote songs for a generation in America. She controlled the culture in America just by the pen. But she did it in secret, and she never got the credit. And so she was an alcoholic. It destroyed her. I know for a fact. I know from my cousins, from talking to my cousins, that it destroyed her. And she was a bad mother because of it as well. So there's a lot of tragedy in the branch of, or anyway, I mean, obviously that's not my immediate family. I only know this because I was a grandmom. I was a grandma's boy, you know, like my parents were my grandparents, and one of my grandfathers both of my grandfathers, I was estranged by one and I was estranged by the other I was estranged by the one because of geography. He probably would have taken me under his wing quite a bit, because when I was 14 years old or 12, I went to live with him for 6 months. He taught me a lot of stuff. He taught me a lot of stuff that I disagreed with. And I even changed his mind about things, because he was part of this. He was a Rosicrucian. Rosicrucians like to believe that they are charting the way, the Fabian, all these theosophical people that are actually quite deep, that they create these cells where they try to create the future. So my grandfather, paternal grandfather, was a secret rogue apostle. He wanted to control the world. He wanted to control the culture of the world. And so he even had a daughter that controlled the American culture with songs, So he was it's like being in a spy family, like he was his own cultural spy boss. He was a mafia don, but in the realm of the spirits. He was a spiritual titan, and so I made a representation of this in anime. I even wrote out my own life because I understood my own life well enough through my grandparents. My grandparents taught me everything that I knew. My grandmothers, different things. My one grandmother told me how to interpret reality around me. My other grandmother told me my history of what's in me. But then my other grandmother also told me, I have this very special lineage. I'm part of all this royalty that I've come from a very special line of people. And my other grandmother beat that out of me a bit with alchemy, thank goodness, because if you can, narratives and identity are a lot of bullshit, right? But I mean, I do believe in reincarnation. Basically, I do believe in the spirit, and I do believe that the spirit is eternal. So I don't worry too much about things like abortion, but I did want to not be aborted because I wanted to have this incarnation here in South Africa anyway. Because I mean, what did I do in Cape Town? What has happened in Cape Town? The world changed in Cape Town, South Africa. Nelson Mandela was released. The ANC was unbanned. If you understand history, you know that that's not possible. That is not a historical. That happened because people were in a room and people listened to a 2-year-old standing on a table telling them, "I'm the son of God." And then the guy laughs a bit, because he knows that I've just made a little trick there. I didn't say I'm the son of God. I said I'm a son of God. I left out the participle because I believe in Christ consciousness, but I had enough temerity and I made him listen because I said the right things, not because I was special, not because I was this little white kid that was special, because I actually bent him to my reason, because I was a genius as well. At 2 years old, I was a genius. So obviously I was born with some kind of preloaded thing from the last life, because Scientology works enough that you can actually go from life anyway. But sorry. So I mean, I have a lot of stories to tell, but if you want to understand me, I am the combination of the Nine Tails and Naruto, which is actually, if you understand the Nine Tails and Naruto together as a single identity, that's Itachi. I am Itachi. That's been my life. That's the most autobiographical character that was ever written about, that I helped create about myself. I am Itachi, and my grandfather was Madara Uchiha, or whatever, and I had to police him my whole life because I told him to stop waving that thing around, that Lance of Longinus, because that's what was in the fan. Madara Uchiha, he had a fan. You didn't matter what you shot at him. He had a fan, and he just fanned it to one side, because what is hidden in that fan is a spiritual weapon. I know all the spiritual weapons. I can cut. No one is faster than me. You want to understand me? I am Ichigo in Bleach. I'm Ichigo. If you want to understand my
I never watched Bleach.
Sorry?
I never watched Bleach. Cam did, though.
Bleach ran out. Bleach actually went overboard, because at some point you actually run out of the spiritual narrative, but then you get into the plot of what actually has to happen in history. So at some point, Bleach got a bit boring. It started becoming less about the concept and more about just the action, just about now the plot has to play out between people and between powers. And it stopped evolving. When Bleach stopped evolving, it was around the Arrancar. It started getting a bit too overfucky around the Arrancar, and the artist didn't even want to continue because he knew he wasn't on the cutting edge anymore. That's the terrible thing. When I get involved with artists, and they kind of exceed my use of them, and then they're left in the lurch. And I've done music like my aunt. I was taught this strategy by my grandmother from what my aunt did, and I did the same thing. When I listen to the radio, how often they play my music. But I heard something the other day. I'm not sure if I was involved in it. I could sense my influence, but I don't think I wrote the words. It was a Beyonce song. I thought, this is a beautiful song. I've never heard the song before, and I don't think that I wrote it. I wasn't sure, but you see, my memory is a fuck up anyway.
Yeah.
But because because of the secret life and because of my studied life or whatever of trying to develop the psychology. But
So why did Mimi flip shit exactly then?
Sorry?
Why did Mimi flip shit exactly then?
Well, okay, I can make look. I would have to interrogate her, or I'd have to ask her about it. But I mean, there are multiple reasons here. So one of the reasons is that she doesn't want to be part of the culture war. She doesn't want to be a luminary. She wants to be. She maybe she says, I want the past. She wants to bury her head in the sand.
Yeah.
Essentially, she doesn't want to be part of the leading edge, and she doesn't want to put that in her parenting because she doesn't know how to package it to her children. Maybe, who knows? Or she's got. This is people mix up the stream. She's got other teachers in her life. She was taking teaching from you to win her children back. After she won her children back, you've outlived your usefulness to her. She needed to understand how to combat her borderline mother, but maybe her borderline mother is not so borderline. She just uses it as a shield in order to get her way. It's just a tool. It's just an instrument. And she now instrumentalized you. Now, the real question that I have is she actually a better mother than her own grandmother? Because I would argue that maybe those children are going to have, like, just to suit her. And like, why did she even want her children back? Did she not believe that her children were being taken care of? You know, like, did she just want? Why did she want it? Does she know why? She wants to use her own children, like I mean, this is what some people do. They use their own children as therapy, like she's using you for therapy. You know, she's just using people to listen to her bullshit so that they can be her extensions. I mean, you know, I mean that's what you do with people that you control. Is they fundamentally help you. They end up helping you, or they end up being reflections of you, which then you can use to think about yourself. You know, so I mean, you can't help it. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, I did the same thing to Scientology. I mean, how much is Scientology criticized by South Park? South Park almost made Scientology less popular. You know, but I mean, there's an interesting dynamic that goes on there because I mean, I've had a hot and cold relationship with the current leader of Scientology. This is a bit risky as well, but I mean, he thought that I was a scrub. He doesn't know that I've been outside. He doesn't know how many times I've been in the Oval Office. I've been the personal friend of every president of America since Reagan, including Reagan. I've known personally, and I've even known the ones before. I knew Bush Jr. Bush Sr. was the president after Reagan, and then it was Clinton, then it was Bush Jr., then it was Obama, then it was Trump, and now it's
Brandon.
His name? Brian. No, what's his name? Biden. Now it's Biden. Now it's Joe. And you know, like Joe and Kamala. You know, people look at what's going on in Ukraine. See, people look. I have a very complicated view. If you want my view on Ukraine, it's 1.5 hours. But anyway, sorry, I'm going to rest my voice now.
Okay.
Everything is complicated. It's not simple. It's not. It doesn't come to a single. It's always complicated because maybe it's her husband. She's not single, is she?
No, she's married. Her husband's, I guess, like 20 years older than her.
So maybe it's how she deals with the age gap with her husband, or maybe it's how the husband needs this. Maybe she can't be the thorn, the nail that sticks out. You know, there's the Chinese proverb: the nail that sticks out gets banged down. You know, maybe her husband needs black consciousness because that's how you get by in America. I don't know. But or maybe, you know, it's because she went out and someone gave her a dirty look and she racialized that, And then she said, no, my lived experience is that I have to put up with racists, and you are giving fuel to the fire of racism because you're not conforming to political correctness. And so she doesn't have the fortitude in her personal life, because people aren't just who they are online. I mean, like, I'm treated how I'm treated in my own household. People won't, I have to waste my lifeblood on shouting and screaming just to have the food to eat, just so that I'm not, I mean, I'm interfered with in ways that you can't even fucking imagine. While I'm trying to stop ethnic cleansing in my country, while I'm trying to comment on, I mean, I just would like to have my own room to be soundproof, is what I fucking want.
Right.
So that, and then I've got a water, I've tried to make a kettle in my room, which I actually won't, I can't put that kettle in my room because it's an induction heater. And induction, I might interfere with my computer. I'm afraid about using that. So that was actually a promise. Maybe I didn't know it, maybe unconsciously. That's a promise that I do need more space. So I want to build an extra room for myself on top of the garage, but they won't build it for me, even though I've worked out a very reasonable. We wouldn't even have to pay an architect because I've already designed it, and I've designed it well enough that I could even direct the builders to build it. But the problem is, you have to have plans that gain. You know, you have to get a license for everything. But I need money myself, so I was thinking that I could do massage. I actually put money into massage because I wanted to have a menial job. Because if I can just use my hands, then I don't have to learn anything, and I don't want to learn anything because that's going to interfere with all the. You know, I'm really. You know, like, I'm trying to go as fast as I can to solve the human condition and to solve the problems of the world. And I just, when I am interfered with by anyone, I'm very jealous of my time, because my time is other people's lives. Like, that's how I treat it. That's how self-important I am, you know. But anyway, and so if people don't respect me, sometimes it is. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm hurting my voice a bit. I'm shouting a bit. Anyway.
What do you think, Billy?
It's like, have you ever thought about doing a TED Talk?
I've done 3 TED Talks through other people.
No.
Didn't you hear the TED Talk about the carousel and about the I talked to that guy under the wisdom tree. You know the wisdom tree in South Africa? The wisdom tree in South Park. Sorry, in the South Park. So
I know. I don't think.
Mr. Garrison teaches Miss Chokes on Dick how to overcome Cartman in the classroom by teaching him, like, kung fu, essentially, of how to teach Cartman in the room, and it's very clever because it's about, like, how to out-troll a troll or something like that. Anyway, so I met this one guy, the guy who made TED, right? Before, I mean, I was a part. I mean, so I'm stealing other people's thunder. See, I don't know. You see, my secrets aren't my own, so I don't know if I should talk about these things. But I mean, I don't have anything.
The ambition and the multitasking schedule planner. Like, I doubt there's like a dull moment in your schedule.
No, there are lots of dull moments. I mean, I'm just waiting, because I mean, like, I have lots of wasted time because I don't have money. Like, I'm waiting for. I'm trying to do the best I can with what I have, but it's just like money is literally the problem. But I'm, you know, my father could just offer me the fucking money, but he won't do that because he's a cunt. Because as far as I can tell, you know, like, he grew up in boarding school, and I've already had too much of a good life on his dole, you know, like, and so, like, I mean, I had this weird idea when I was spinning out that I would sue Britain to give me the dole, because, like, because my grandfather always said that I should get a British passport, but I believe that I deserve to be on the dole because I had this crazy idea that I was the reincarnation of King George V. I was thinking, because I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems that it could be true because how I was speaking, I don't know, but who knows King George V. But anyway, I mean, I'm also projecting things because I've had a very pampered upbringing. Like I've rubbed shoulders with the royals and with, like I've had many conversations with Prince Charles, and he's a decent bloke. And it feels so rude to even talk about other people's royal family. But I've worked in the Royal Academy with my friends, and but I mean they call it rubbing shoulders because you don't, you're just there on task, you're doing something, like I'm just busy, I've just always been busy. But I mean, I wish I could be more effective and not just treading water in my own life so much. But anyway, I mean, my father always said that I was too self-pitying, and he wanted me to get into business. And I'm like, the problem is that I want to be charitable with other people's money. That's the problem. Is I want to be charitable with other people's money. And they don't offer it to me. They don't offer me money. I just want to be offered some money. That actually happened when in my earlier 20s, I got some Khalifa Muslims gave me a lot of. I can't even. Some Saudi princes and some Dubai princes and some Emirates. This is so rude of me. I can't even remember the actual royal family, but they're really nice guys. They really are. The problem is that I think that they are actually too good for their own people, and their people stay infantilized because they actually are good at ruling people. They are really good at being sovereign. They're too good. The British are better because the British take a step back. They don't try to be too good for their own people. They try to make the people have a little bit of. The problem is that I really do think the social democracy in Britain. I can't judge too much another country, but I do think it does have a corrupting influence. It steals the fire from people.
Well, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it much in that sense, but has it stolen the fire from people? I suppose it does seem like that in a kind of generalized sort of way. There's a lot of not just maybe like stealing the fire or their passion, but there's a lot of bewilderment. I think people are experiencing. They're all kind of baffled. I don't know. Maybe like on one hand they're intentionally sort of playing it dumb, or like they're wanting to be ignorant because like once you have the information or the awareness, come with that will come like a degree of responsibility, isn't it? So I don't know if it's like multiple kind of factors playing in. Like they don't want the responsibility, so they're intentionally choosing to close their eyes to block it out. But then if they're so they're intentionally using like denial essentially, but if they're doing that, then there is that kind of juxtaposition of an awareness, a self-awareness that they are self-deluding. So then you could kind of argue, like, are they really deluded then if they're intentionally putting themselves in that sort of position? But whichever way it's kind of looked at, it's not a positive thing. It's not a pragmatic thing. It's not a progressive thing. I mean, you just got people basically living in the moment, and more and more entering into a kind of instinctual. Because if you're shutting down your critical thinking, what are you leaving behind? So you're just leaving the sort of the beast or the animal. You're just becoming more kind of like primordial. So that is what, in my opinion, what I'm seeing in the British culture is people becoming more, maybe not quite to the level of barbaric animalistic, but in terms of like shutting down of critical thinking and being distracted by other things, with an intentionality behind it, like they are wanting to find anything to take their attention or gaze away from issues that really need to be addressed. So on the whole, it's not good, and I suppose if that's the case, it would stifle any fire, any passion. Well, actually, saying that, get them in the right kind of, trigger them in the right kind of way. They can, the people here can be very passionate. They can be very like lit up, a bit like what the abortion debate is at the moment. But they're being lit up over things, over matters that are of a disservice to the general well-being of the individual.
The number worked. Okay, so those are the two definitions of nescent. I did the definition of nescience. So nescent is holding that only material phenomena can be known and knowledge of spiritual matters or ultimate causes is impossible. And then the second definition is uneducated in general, lacking knowledge or sophistication. So yeah, I mean, basically, you can. It's interesting. In Scientology, there are two triangles. There's the ARC triangle, affinity, reality, communication, which together make understanding, which is like you need that for an internal locus of control. And then there's the Scientology triangle, which is the KRC triangle, which is knowledge, control, and responsibility. And so you can kind of have a nescient understanding, which means that you don't have a very good understanding, or you have an understanding where you have an inversion of either affinity. So you hate something that is like a good thing, but you enjoy hating it. So you have a kind of inversion of it, or you have, that's for affinity, but you could also have a kind of inverse reality where you don't believe in certain words, or you don't believe in that there are ways of getting knowledge. You know, that's almost what nescience is. So you kind of you should talk reality. You live in a bitch of an earth. You know, like I have 40 hours of recording, kind of dramatizing this a bit and making it a bit performative. You know, but you're dealing with this bitch of an earth. If that's your definition of life, you have all those memes that like born too late to be a poet, born too early to see the stars, or I can't remember what the meme is exactly, but it's sort of like you're born too early to live forever, but you're born too late to make real discoveries. So you're kind of in this. If that's how you kind of situate yourself in the reality of time and the reality of the universe, you don't even realize the amount of faith you have to believe in the multiverse. If have you watched any of that? What was it called? The Loki series, but also the What If anime series. Did you watch that, Billy?
No.
Oh my word, that changed my life watching that. But I think I was involved with that, but that might be a transpersonal projection. That was such a good series. I love that What If series. Blew my mind. The arc of that, because you think you're just watching.
Well, that's like a What If Inception.
Yes,
what if I was involved in that? What if I was involved in the What If?
So some people they only break the fourth wall. I break the seventh wall. Anyway, because once you break the fifth wall, you might as well go all the way to breaking the seventh wall, and then you're everywhere, and anything maybe. Anyway, but the What If is amazing because the first few episodes you think, okay, these are just standalone episodes, but then you realize that Doctor Who can go between worlds, and then it becomes a Doctor Who kind of plot. But then it also has the Watcher, because what is the Watcher? And I do believe that the Watcher is basically a really good analogy of what the Holy Ghost is.
Yeah, Stanley. Yeah, I actually got. And you're talking about What If is a series, right? Like a
yes,
yeah,
the anime series. It's the Marvel. I think it's the Marvel universe.
Right. Yeah, because I've got like old school What If comics.
Ah.
So like, what if the Hulk killed Wolverine kind of thing, or what if Captain America got Spider-Man's powers instead.
Again, let me just talk about the multiverse now. Let me make this. You have to have faith in the multiverse, not fucking you over. I mean, also, there's nothing in science that says that an object can't start levitating in front of you. There's nothing stopping that from happening. There is no scientific explanation. They call it one of the great physical mysteries is quantum gravity, because we observe that things don't fly in front of us, but there's nothing. Is there quantum pressure that's stopping crazy things from happening? Because why don't we just see strange things occurring, right? And they're basically, the answer is statistics, but that isn't a physical answer. That is to put science inside of mathematics, and inside of a field of mathematics called statistics, which needs to be grounded on something. You have to have faith in something. Now, Jordan Peterson says this in his own way. Anyway, I had this wonderful conversation with Emmanuel talking about how, the problem with what Jordan Peterson says is he's talking about it from the political top down. He needs to also talk about it from the individual psyche. But let me not put everything at his feet. Let me do some work myself, I guess. You have to have faith in the multiverse. Why doesn't a portal open and suddenly, like we get invaded by demons from another dimension? Or why don't two worlds collide and merge into one another? And if you understand, what's it called? The Jewish Kabbalic texts, that when people touch the book, they go insane. What is it called? I can't even remember. It starts with a Z. It's called the Z something. There are like hundreds of volumes of this thing. They have like 20 books of this. It was dreamed up by some Hebrew pothead, I guess, maybe. But anyway, it has a special word for it. The Zoi Tai. No, I can't even remember. Anyway. But you have to have faith in the multiverse, because mathematically there's nothing stopping the multiverse from just blinking out of existence. So we already have faith in the multiverse, but we don't have faith in our universe. We don't have faith in monotheism, in one God. We don't believe in one God, or we don't believe it's knowable if we do believe it. Or we're agnostic, or we're nihilistic, or we're polytheistic. Who knows? So it's like we got all these people with all these different beliefs, but you have to have faith in the multiverse. Otherwise, you can't even function, because there is no universe without control over the multiverse, right? And there's nothing stopping the many worlds interpretation. There's nothing stopping it. So if you believe in physical things, you already have to have some basic level of faith. So you already are nescient. You're already being a bit of a bastard.
But
Mark Passio has beautiful definitional stuff around. Okay, sorry. Yes, Mandy?
I don't have faith that the crazy bitchery isn't going to consume everything.
Yes. Yeah, because you have a calling to do something about it, and so we're playing this game, but we also know that it's not a game, because if we just sit back and do nothing, then we're not being ethical, because we want people to rise to our level as well. We want to share in the knowledge, and because nescience is basically a form of evil, actually. And some people love their nescience. They love the darkness. That's what it says in Scripture, as it is written in Scripture. So they love the darkness. They love the darkness of the minds, the ignorance. They love pretending that they don't know and that they don't have aspiration to know. Because it doesn't say in Scripture the truth will set you free. It doesn't say that. It says knowing the truth will set you free. And they don't like knowledge, because then they become accountable to that understanding, that higher understanding, that better understanding. They don't want a better understanding because they already like the service being provided to them by their nanny states. This is the problem. And so anyway, so it's the problem of nescience, Billy. But let me just say as well about the multiverse. If you don't have faith in the multiverse, you can't read. You become illiterate. You become a bit of a troll in your ability to digest information. Because do you know what the multiverse is? Multi means multiple. Verse, well, we know what verses are in how we read things, right? We read things. So if we want to read a paragraph, you can't even get through a fucking paragraph if you don't have faith in the multiverse. If you don't believe that all the verses come into a unified meaning, you can't even fucking read a paragraph. You just read sentences, or you read texts, scripts. You're a scripted automaton. You automate the meaning of the mind, you know? So you have to have faith in the multiverse. You already have faith in the multiverse, but you'll do it for what? You'll do it for pussy, or you'll do it for what? Like, what will you do it for, and what won't you do it for? Will you do it for authority? When you hear someone who actually has real authority in the spirit, do you want that? Or do you want another kind of authority? Do you want dominion? Is that what people want? Dominion voting systems. They stopped counting the votes physically.
Yeah.
Didn't you read Deep Space? Didn't you read the series Deep Space Nine? The Dominion tried to take over the world with their shape-shifting. But they were not bad people, but they took over because they were unviolent and everybody else was violent. So they ended up creating a stable system that was stable in its violence, in its Cold War with Dominion. So they called themselves the Dominion, but they were pacifists because they wanted for nothing, because they were shapeshifters. So if you're a group of shapeshifters, then no one is your problem, but you don't want people to come and fuck your shit over, you know? So this is the problem, is that when people are too comfortable and they don't want to help you and they don't want help from you because they're very happy in their backyard, but you don't see what happens in their backyard. You don't know the small genocide that goes on. Because, you know, Germany is a beautiful system to belong to. If you have a rash, you go to a German doctor, and the German doctor doesn't give you drugs in your mouth. He'll put ozone on your skin because he just wants to heal you, because that's how proper the German people are. They don't deal with this other shit. They just care about their political system is anti-corruptible. But their problem with their political system is that it's top down. They are too good for their own people. The people aren't.
You need to talk to Gray. You need to talk to Gray then.
Sorry?
You need to talk to Gray then, because feminism has literally taken over that country. Too.
Yeah. No, but that's the problem. Top-down systems are corruptible. You need it to be integrated, and you need it to be ethical, and that's the problem, is the human condition. You can't get around the human condition. You try to make a heuristic, you try to make an algorithm to outwit the human condition. It doesn't happen, right? So it always finds a way to fuck up unless you actually have real authority. I mean, in his Dark Materials, the series, they were trying to float the concept that let's just replace the word God with the authority. The true authority. Is God not the true authority? But what does authority mean to you in your life? You know, is authority an integrated concept? Integrate some concepts. Try to have a proper understanding. The problem is that you still will have what-if questions about the past because we don't know what went on. I'm iffy about the past. I speak for the present and I speak for the future, and the future is also the past, because a further future and a little future just now will become the past as well. So I'm adding to the past, but I'm speaking for the present and the future because that's how I want to be interpreted, because I'm not standing on the authority of history. I'm not a historian, and I don't care about facts. I care about the spirit. That, to me, is more important. And so the understanding is the basis that we need. But understanding comes from teaching, and teaching can also come from identities, you know? So some people can have lots of abstract wisdom. They can sound very profound, but do they speak the truth? Do they think they speak the truth? Because you can also hear that. Do I believe in what I say? And do I know in what I believe in what I say? It sounds different. It sounds different. But some people, they don't want to listen to me because I'm fact. Quite frankly, do you know how many times I've been trolled by the youth of the generation? They say they can hear it in my voice. They can hear that I'm a tub of lard. You know, they don't know what I put up with. They don't know what I've done. They don't know what I've accomplished. I mean, you see, I can say profane things. I don't want to say sexual things. Do you know how many consorts that I've had, how many relationships I've had with high status women? I've slept with pretty much every. Okay, maybe I'm just a crazy person, right? But at least in my imagination, I have taught a thing or two to Miley Cyrus. Oh my words! You see, this is so uncouth. I had a real relationship with Beyonce. She threw me away, and then I threw her away after she threw me away, because that's what happens when you have. Anyway, but so when you're dealing with a real woman, and she knows that she's a real woman, and then, but that was nice, because then I became friends with her husband, and so, like, you know, so that was nice, because how she threw me away roped me in to the family. I've been you know, Kanye. Who is she with now? Is she not with Kanye? Did they break up, or did they? I can't even remember.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to those fucking people.
Anyway, but I love this Beyonce song. I heard this Beyonce song yesterday on the radio, and it was such a beautiful song. I didn't have my cell phone on me, because when I go out, I don't take my cell phone, because I was going to the gym, but then I ended up not even going to the gym. I went shopping instead. I bought a whole lot of celery so I can. Sorry, I need to pour water for myself.
Like, I need to go.
Okay. Let's end this horrible mess of a stream. But anyway, we went through so much, and I've gotten things off my chest. But you see, this is now. I'm just thinking, how's if the psychiatrist reviews this, they're going to say, but certainly I don't look manic. I mean, I've couched everything in the proper, you know, like, you know, I've anyway.
Beyonce is a feminist.
Emmanuel says Beyonce lobs as a feminist. Oh, I loved the music. This song was so good. I wish I could remember what it was. I tried to look at. I tried to type in lyrics, and I just came up with song titles. I didn't look long enough, but I wish I could listen to the song again, because it was such a beautiful song. I also found an old song from 2009 from OK Go, which I feel like I was a part of, because now it's come full circle. Like, everything in that 2009 song has become. It's called Get Over It, and I started saying Get Over It just while I was having my space out. Anyway, it's an interesting song. Anyway. Okay, Mandy, sorry. Let me let you go. Go. Are you going to sleep? Are you going
to contemplate?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
I'm contemplating a lot.
I need to pour some water for myself. Billy, do you want to talk? Sorry, I've lost myself in talking about myself. Let me pour water for myself. Does Emmanuel want to come and replace Mandy, and we can let Mandy go to sleep, and then she can watch the rest of the stream in the morning after she's had nice dreams?
No, my dreams lately have been terrible.
Oh, nightmares. Are you keeping a dream? You should keep a dream journal, and then maybe we can talk about them. I don't know. You want?
I don't know what that is. Is that your fan?
Oh, that's my printer.
Oh, your printer?
Yeah. You can hear it, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the crazy bitchery will consume all.
More than likely. It's in its nature to corrupt and destroy and detract people from reality and sensibility. If people don't, and in some way, this is kind of like another reason why people with a certain disorder are susceptible to becoming comorbid with other disorders, because there's nothing there, or very little, to protect them. So if there's no protection, no boundaries, or no self-esteem or intelligence, then there'll be easily suckered into magical thinking, and there'll be like a propensity to go in that direction,
Yeah.
like being groomed.
Yeah.
So,
They want to be groomed, though.
yeah.
They
So,
want it.
attraction. Some people might describe it as a sort of magnetism phenomena, but it's not. It's not really magnetism.
Right.
At least not in the way they're trying to illustrate it as. It's more a case of like you got con artists, thieves, opportunists. I suppose opportunists would be the better way of putting it. Meeting, encountering an easy opportunity, so they capitalize on it. You can't really call that magnetism. It just makes sense.
Yeah, Emmanuel, I don't know. I mean, as time goes on, I see more and more and more people become subjected to it. So, I mean, not just people online, like people in my fucking life. Like, I know I talk very openly about my clients, and like I had another one this past week. Her son and daughter-in-law are fucking getting a divorce because there's crazy bitchery going on. And they have 3 fucking kids. Like,
I do think America has an issue. I'm sorry to generalize this, but I think America has an issue with collective responsibility because the democracy and the politics and the law is all part of the same moral kind of. It's a giant ivory tower, and so if the country isn't doing well, if the pride in the country is iffy, then there's a problem in the family. You know, it's like it's such a integrated system of governance that is so close to the culture. It's such a close reflection of the culture that you're always airing out the political dirty laundry is the same as people's self-identity as American, because they have to find a way to but they can't, because it's part of the culture. Like everything is political in America. Like all of the it's the religion is the politics. The morality is the culture, is the religion, is the politics. Like it's just there aren't proper levels of separation, although they could be if people were in a religious community that had a nice gate that gated them off from it.
but they still infiltrate. They still fucking infiltrate.
But that's not. It's not entirely people's faults, because the truth is that the democracy, you do have to worry about the democracy in America because they control the law. So if the wrong people get in, they're gonna screw everyone over. So you have to have an eye on it. You have to have at least one eye on what's going on in politics. So everyone is one-eyed in America in this weird kind of way. So I'm almost.
But you would need to get women completely the fuck out, because that's how it infiltrates, is through the fucking.
No. I don't. Yes, that's one way of dealing with it. That's the Muslim way of dealing with it. I think there's a Western way of doing it better, which is just that you have to integrate. You have to increase the legal structure. You have to remove all of your Bill of Rights, and you have to get better. You have to have a better Bill of Rights. You need you need a radical amendment. You don't. The first part of the Constitution, there's nothing wrong with the first part of the American Constitution. You need to amend the Constitution in the amendment section.
Apparently, we can do that. Anybody at any time can come up with a new fucking Bill of Rights or Constitution or whatever, and they could push for it to be adopted. If you write the perfect one, I'll push it.
No. But I mean, okay. Well, let me tell you how it happens in South Africa, which wasn't entirely kosher, which is this is why we are going through history. Is because when I wrote the Constitution for my country, I did it a bit of by hook and by crook. So what we did was we said everyone in the country can write what they want the Constitution to have, and then everyone collected these things, and then it was processed by a commission, and then someone came to me and they said, okay, this is what people are asking for in the Constitution. And then I used that as inspiration and I wrote the Constitution. There was only one guy who came back to me who said, there's something missing in your Constitution. He said, how do we deal with treaties that we already entered into after the Constitution becomes enacted? How do we deal with the legal position of our earlier commitments, of our earlier treaties? That was the only guy who actually said that the Constitution, to me, it was the only one who said that. And anyway, I can say his name, but I'd rather not. But anyway, and it was actually an Islamic guy, and he pointed this out to me, and I wrote a beautiful section of the Constitution to deal with this. I believe it was section, I can't even remember. I think it was in the 50s. But anyway, and anyway, this is irrelevant. Anyone can look this up in the Constitution anyway.
By the way, do you guys know what's going on in Sri Lanka?
No.
It's completely gone tits up. They're on the verge of overthrowing the government, civil war, a whole bunch of problems because people are starving. There's fuel problems, there's food problems.
Who controls Sri Lanka at the moment? Is it a local government or is it a foreign government? Is it a Muslim government or is it a Hindu government?
Not too sure, but people are getting fired like that. One of the financial dudes. I don't know. And now they're having. It's a result, from what I understand, it's a result of what's going on in Ukraine. So the Sri Lankan currency is backed up by the ruble. So the value of their currency is depleting rapidly. They're in debt. They got all sorts of deals going on. They're trying to get assistance from India as well as China, but China isn't happy that India are involved. So it's like a mess of a situation.
I think you mean the opposite. I think you mean India isn't happy that China's involved.
No, it's because India and Sri Lanka, they're like kind of like good buddies or whatever. They got history, probably because they're so close to each other. But the Chinese aren't happy. The Chinese have, I'm not sure what's the right terminology for it, but I think they gave Sri Lanka like over $1 billion, whatever their currency is, or maybe it's measured in dollars, for a port or a harbor. So there's concern that if the Chinese continue funding Sri Lanka, they're going to try and develop a military base.
Sorry, someone's calling me. Is Maddie going to go to...
Yeah, I'm going to go. I need to figure something out that doesn't involve me slaughtering tons of feminists at one of these protests, because that is the only way out that I can see currently.
So, I was going to finish my point, though, Mandy, is that your society has got a weird stigmatization, I would say, around the concept of collective responsibility, because you're trapped in this democratic thing that doesn't have enough fundamental integrity, and you are flailing in that lack of integrity because your judges are underneath the democracy. Democracy is king. So you have the democratic tyranny problem.
That's why Crazy Victory is king.
Yeah, because the culture has a feminized You know, like, I don't think women can be feminists. It's not possible for a woman to be. Only men can be feminists. Women are feminine. A woman can't, by definition, whatever a woman does is by definition feminine.
Feminist is man-hating.
Well, if a woman thinks that she's a feminist, I think that then already you've got a problem. I'm talking a little bit fast and loose, but I mean, this is when people try to toy with semantics, and then they say, "Oh, you're a feminist," or you're being angry to the feminists. It's like, no, you're projecting that onto me, darling. Darling, please calm yourself. You know, like that's, like am I not allowed to call you darling? Am I not allowed to access my feminine side? Okay, so you're actually not a feminist. You're actually a pseudo toxic masculinist or something like that, or you're a totalitarian.
They're lesbian fucking domestic terrorists is what they are.
I wonder if this was what Elon Musk was trying to get at when he said, let's remove the W from Twitter and let's call it Twitter. But I do actually think that the problem is that actually it has to. I was actually right. I conceded myself. I was trying to make the point that free speech, to defend free speech, you actually do have to tolerate trolls being trolls when you can't know that there isn't something in the work, that there isn't something in the working out of the troll that isn't going to be education for someone. Obviously you can lambast people for having bad faith or for not wanting to help people, but the problem is as well is that I do think that, sorry to shit on you a bit, Billy, but I do think that INFJs are a little bit, they like having their small ponds, they like having their little circus acts, and maybe it's because you're designed in your personality to be like good teachers. Like, are you should be in education, Billy. What do you do, by the way? You really should be teaching children, I feel.
I do have that kind of personality style where, obviously being a dad anyway, so when I'm talking to the manosphere, I kind of, I don't want to explicitly say like I'm talking down from a parental point of view, but in the way I kind of try and educate and bring awareness to people like men or whatever, it has that kind of natural sort of parental sort of angle to it.
I'm going to drop down into the chat. I'm going to keep listening to you guys, though. Okay. Billy, it was good chatting.
Yeah, you too, Mandy. How much longer have you got on your strike until you're back on?
Oh,
a couple of weeks.
Well, it was 2 weeks. Let me look.
Have you appealed it?
Yeah, I appealed it, and they got back to me less than 24 hours, and they said rejected.
Did you ask in the appeal what section, who was speaking? Did you ask them to tell you what the hate? Because I mean, if you force them to identify that the other guy was the hate speecher, then I mean, surely, if you force them to say what is the quote that said, force them, put them to terms, because if you just appeal in a vague way, but you don't force them to reveal their hand, then you are impoverishing the evidence that you might otherwise be able to collect, because you should be able to sue them. At some point you want to collect. That must be the threat. The implicit threat is that they must actually respond, because now the Florida law is helpful now, because now they actually have to give you a proper, what's it called? Procedural administrative process. There must be administrative justice. They can't just give you this fly around where they're not even telling you proper reasons as to why you got the strike.
Right.
That's how the law works in my country. You actually, anyway.
If they wanted, if they wanted to prove, was it RGR? What is his name? RBR. I think it's RBR. If they wanted to be on his side and prove him right, that whites are supremacists, then they would have to unstrike your channel.
Yeah, they didn't.
because where it currently stands is that it goes against what he was saying.
Exactly. And he was the one speaking, and I just shared a clip of his.
Yeah.
And I literally put in the link to the stream and the timestamp because I was like, it's really weird that I'm getting struck for this man's words.
Yeah, unless that's what they're trying to imply.
Well,
Like,
how do you know it was his
more
words? Is that because that was the only hateful thing that was in? Are you sure it wasn't a quote from you taken out of
No,
context?
I wasn't
really-
in it. I just took a clip of his stream where he was literally talking about me personally.
So really, that's a strike that belongs to him.
Yeah, but he didn't, and he never gets it. And somebody even left a comment. Apparently, somebody that's very familiar with that guy left a comment on one of my videos. I think because I changed my last title to that I got a strike for sharing RVR stuff. But let's see. Yeah, this Iron Fist says, ironic, you get a strike when his channel never gets one. Nice going, YouTube. So, I don't know. He's been tagging the shit out of me, though.
They probably, you know what it is? Maybe this is a small guess. Like maybe he's been provoking you to do something on him, and then he's got like his whole channel complaining and
Yep.
reporting you.
Yep.
So like it might just be the number of reports, and
Yeah.
because like that's how they work. They work on numbers. It's like an algorithmic almost. Like
Yeah.
it's disgusting in that way.
Yeah. Well, and I do know that that's how it works. It's literally people hitting that report button. There's no algorithm. It's groups of these fucking mobs that will go and mob a fucking channel and hit the report button, and that's how these fucking channels come down. So I have 10 days left where I can't use that one. I have my Crazy Bitch Boot Camp, and then I have another backup one. But they got two of my channels, and it's the same fucking two that I know Latin Patriot fucking knows about. So
How many strikes do you have on each channel?
two.
No, 2 each or 1 each? What?
2 each.
Oh. And so it'll be in 10 days. It'll become 1 each.
Oh no, I'll still have the strike. I'll be able to use it again. They just put me on a 2-week timeout.
Oh, suspension.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my strikes falls off on May 20th. Yeah, my last strike expires May 20th. And that's the one I got for election misinformation. That the election was
Billy, that's your background noise is getting picked up.
Sorry, I'm printing my robot army.
Oh, is that Warhammer or what is that?
No, it's not Warhammer, but I used to do have a Warhammer or whatever miniatures. I used to do sculpting and modifications. No, I'm just 3D printing a mini Honda Civic actually, as it goes. But after that, I got some other prints lined up. Currently, I'm doing some toys for the kid. So some Lego stuff, sort of like a blend of Lego meets Minecraft. Get her interested and keep her occupied. She can paint it up as well afterwards. Some My Little Ponies and things like that. She wants toys, and I'm tired of buying her toys, so got a printer, print them out. But if it's too distracting, what I'll do is I'll mute myself in between me talking. That makes it a bit better, a bit more bearable. It's going to be running for like most of the day.
So I'm actually forcing you to stay awake. Do you need to go sleep, good mother? Like, what is your?
No, I need to do something with my hands. That's what I need to do. Yeah. But I'm gonna still listen, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna try to get Emmanuel on the stream.
Yeah, try to get Emmanuel up.
But maybe I should end it myself because I haven't eaten breakfast. I have only drunken liquids anyway. But yeah, Billy is multitasking right now, and so I mean already. Anyway,
Yeah.
but thank you. We had a very good conversation. It might be nice to keep these condensed because then when people watch them, they'll actually get it'll be high quality rather than being, So maybe we'll just end it here. But thank you very much, guys. Or I got some stuff off my chest. I feel better. But,
I don't. I feel worse. How do I feel worse?
No, but you see, like your situation has to get worse before it gets better. I feel my situation. I don't want it to. It can't afford to get any worse because people.
I don't know how mine.
What?
Because people are starving.
You see, when my politics gets fucked up because it's been culturally taken over by the American disease.
Yes.
People need to develop. There are people who don't have
No.
who live in bad conditions that are very close to me.
No.
Like that's the difference. And then I'm also to triangulate against that from the left. They have to blame someone, and they're not going to blame themselves for their stupid fucking government. Instead, they're going to send Whitey to the gas chamber.
Every time it gets worse here, it gets worse for you too.
No, but I mean, in some sense, that's just because of the corruption. Yeah, but in some sense, that's why you need to accept. That's why it would be better for you to accelerate your culture war. But that's happening as fast as it can. But the problem is that the court gets in the way because the court needs to be more empowered. You need a constitutional amendment that actually establishes the judiciary in a way that been established before in America. It needs to be above the democracy. Sorry.
Will civil war accelerate it?
No. But I mean, well, unless you break away with the new model of judiciary, because I do think that the problem is that like our high court has more standing than your Supreme Court in your country, because our high court can overrule the democracy, whereas your Supreme Court can't overrule the democracy. So like our high courts are on a higher level, or at least in being able to interpret the supreme law above the democracy. Your Supreme Court can actually kind of do that. So I would say that your Supreme Court and our High Court is kind of on the same level. But we've obviously got a better system because we can also then go on appeal from the High Court. So we can actually properly, and then it goes all the way up to the Constitutional Court. But our Constitutional Court has been corrupted by some American witch came over here.
I know. And that's why I need to burn the witches. I need to burn the witches. How else am I going to accelerate this?
In my country, it's illegal to call someone a witch by regulation.
How else?
It's called the Witchcraft Act or something.
How else besides burning thy witch? How else?
I don't see another. I already told you the future. Ron DeSantis needs to lose in court. Ron DeSantis needs to push too far, and then everyone has to see that he should have won, but he lost because the American system is fucked. The problem is the problem in America is structural. There was a beautiful Family Little Guy skit that I watched where it was the Family Guy dad. He's got like this colonial hat on, and he goes to America and he's like, we have the rights. Only the whites though, but only the full-blooded whites. Only the only from Britain and Ireland and Scotland, but only from certain parts of Scotland and Ireland. And then he says, and then he goes through all the iterations of how to be a pure-blooded white, and then he says, no, not even the whites. No one has any rights. That's how he ends, because that's what it works out in America. You have the right in the line in the sand, and it will be redrawn and redrawn and redrawn by the democracy. That's what, because you made democracy your king, and so you didn't give up the rule of kings. You just made a much stupider king that is actually.
Yeah.
You need a judge. You need a real judge. Anyway, but you've got 9 judges. You need 10 judges. But anyway, that's. But isn't that the siphon of America? Isn't that the symbolic that America is the unlit altar waiting for the second coming or something like that? Anyway,
Yes.
so you're trying to make
I
me.
keep hearing.
Sorry.
That's what I keep.
So you want to be saved by Jesus Christ, and I'm telling you, Christ consciousness. Import the real church, import the church model, or something like that. But I mean, you've got a political problem. You just need a political solution.
Revelations. Revelation.
Sorry?
We need Jesus of Revelations. That's what we need.
No, then the world has to be hit by a meteorite or something. Anyway, I mean, this is the problem with religious fanatics, is that you're not willing to take the medicine. Anyway, okay, go.
All right,
go.
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to
keep
end
listening.
Billy, unless you want to bring something up. Sorry.
Yeah, I need to
Save
keep
it for
listening.
next time, maybe. And
Okay. Cool, guys. Okay. Well,
all right. Well, Psych, thanks for having me on.
no problem. Well, thank
Great.
you for being on. I'm sorry. We were overriding. We didn't really have an open conversation, a 3-way. So thank you for hanging in there, and you did bring important things to the table.
I was on a spur of the moment, so I just saw you like, oh, Psych is streaming. Haven't been
Yeah.
on one of your streams before, so I thought, oh, okay, I'll party crash or gate crash, whatever.
We just didn't get Emmanuel on. That would have been interesting to see if we could have had a 4-way there. Or Emmanuel was feeding a lot of context, though. I wish you could actually set it that you could have a stream at the bottom of other people's comments. Can you do that?
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, if you look on the right hand side of the screen, you can highlight people's comments. If you hover over their comment, you can highlight it. Or if you want to have your own like little banners, and I think they're called banners, you can display those as well.
Okay.
So you can set them up in advance.
Okay. I see. I need to get. Oh, there. Oh, I see it now. Banners. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
But I also need to work out OBS. Maybe.
Yeah, I need to work out OBS as well. People keep telling me to do that. It gives you more options once you figure out OBS.
Yeah. Cool, man. Yeah.
StreamYard is pretty simple once you just spend like 5-10 minutes just working out, oh, this does that and that does this, and then you kind of get familiar with it.
Awesome.
Cool. Until next time, Psych.
By the way, Billy, how old are your children?
I only got one, and she's 8.
Oh wow! So you were a dad at 31.
At 30, I was 30. Yeah,
Oh wow!
which is nice.
Cool,
It's easy for me to remember.
Yeah, to work out her age. If you ever forget how old am I, or something.
Yeah, how old am I, or how old she is, and at what age? It's all nice and convenient in that sense.
Cool. By the way, where do you live in Britain?
London.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So are you in an apartment then? Obviously.
Well, yeah, it's a house that's been most houses around here eventually became split into flats.
Oh, okay. So
So,
do you have
the
like a
building-
3-story?
Yeah, I'm in the upper portion. Yeah, but the building itself is built as a traditional house, an
Oh,
old
nice.
Victorian house.
Do you have a fireplace, or does the downstairs have a fireplace?
Well, we they've been blocked up, but the chimneys and the fireplaces are still there.
Nice.
It's kind of it's got that oldish vibe to it. But no, I can't have any actual fires.
So tell me, how is it to live in London? Because do you walk to do your shopping? I mean, like, can you walk to the store and walk back, or do you have to drive? And how is it? Is it expensive to drive all the time in London?
It's kind of.
Do you have a car? Do you have a car?
Yeah. So wait. So yes, I can walk to like the high street, but the shops there are kind of small. So if you're only picking up like milk and bread, you might as well just walk to the high road. But I tend to do like bulk shopping, so I'll drive to the what they would call the superstore or whatever. But even then, that's not very far. Like if I was being a bit in a rush, I could probably drive there in about 6 minutes, kind of thing. Even then, you could walk to the superstore, but with the amount of bags of shopping, you'd be lugging that up the road. So again, I'll just drive it. Now, the cost of driving.
Do you pay a surcharge as you get onto that road there, or because you're in London, you don't actually pay that?
So we do have a congestion zone going. The closer to central London, like the inner part of London, then there is like the congestion charge. But I'm not too far from it, but I don't really have any business going into London, so I try to stay away from it. If anything, head away.
Billy, how much is the charge, just out of interest?
I don't even know off the top of my head. You're looking at like £10 minimum. It's probably gone up since then. And they keep trying to expand it in other ways. So you've got the congestion zone, then they've got the ultra low emission zone, which is wider. But my car, being more of a modern car, is exempt, I believe.
Okay, nice.
But what gets me annoyed more, I mean, my mileage is going down more and more because it's more and more of a hassle, and the parking bays are everywhere. So I'm a bit of a old git when it comes to that kind of thing. I don't like the idea of having to pay parking charge.
Yeah.
So I'll try and look in advance if there are any like side streets that haven't been pay and display yet. They haven't like converted it into a pay and display, but they're rapidly doing it. Roads that you used to be able to use before, you can't now. They not even just like pay and display. They might have like made it for bicycles only, or they've changed the infrastructure to such an extent where it's like one-way systems, or they put roadblocks in place, and it's become, or cameras are now in place. So they really make drivers feel like scum of the earth around here.
You might have to convert to like having some kind of bicycle, like 3-wheel bicycle that has like a basket at the back or something, and become a Frenchman. You're going to have to evolve into being a Frenchman or something.
That's what they're trying to encourage people to do, but for me personally, it's having the opposite effect. It's making me want to double down. It's like fuck you. It's a privilege to drive, and I slave away to keep my car. So even more reason why
you're going to have to go fewer to the store. You're going to have to buy in ultra bulk, and then you're going to have more freezers at home.
That's it. Yeah. So it gets to that kind of point where it's like, right. So if I am going to go to the shop, make sure I buy like everything, reserves, and stock up. And when I fill up the car with fuel, make sure I fill it up all the way, because also with the fuel crisis, you never know when the pumps are going to be. But then my mileage is getting lower and lower because I'm more and more like, well, there's nowhere to really go. You go into any other town, and it's basically because everything is like a chain. There's no real difference. So what's the point of going to any of these towns? You go to the countryside, and then it's like, but you can't park anywhere because all these paying displays, or just a lack of parking. So it spoils it. Well, maybe I'm just being a bit of a grumpy old git in that sense. It's like, and I feel like I'm depriving my child of adventures because she wants to go out, and I'm like, well, there's nowhere really. Even the idea of going camping, I keep romanticizing the idea. It's like, oh, I want to go camping, and the kid will well, she might enjoy it, she might find it really boring, but when I look into it, it's totally different to how it used to be.
I mean, far be it from me to give you this kind of advice, because this is very expensive advice, but I would say come to South Africa, because, like, there's, the weather is good here. You can go hiking on the hiking trails. Like, it's beautiful. The mountains are beautiful. The sea is beautiful. You can go shark diving. Like, we've literally got, like, and you can go into, and you can see the big five, so you can go on safari here, or you can go to the wine estate and nice cheese. And then they've got a cheetah enclosure in Spear Wine Farm. You can go stroke a cheetah and take a picture of you stroking a cheetah,
Scared of it.
Sorry?
She might be a bit scared, but
well, you have to be, because the cheetah can actually bite you, but so you have to stroke it very, very gently, because cheetahs are not like lions. Lions, you can actually be friends with lions. Cheetahs, you can't. You can't domesticate a cheetah. You can basically domesticate a lion, because lions are more communal. Like, they are made to live in groups, whereas cheetahs are like, they only sleep together, but they're always prowling by themselves. They don't hunt together, if you know what I mean. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of a holiday for her, like, she would love it. One, well, we don't have a passport, and I don't know about vaccinations and things like that. But
they need to get that sorted out for children. That's disgusting that they're forcing children into vaccines. It's utterly reprehensible.
Yeah, I mean, I've said no to them. But whether or not they're trying to sneak one in without me knowing, who knows? But even going down to the beach, the parking for the beach is even worse. It's an arm and a leg. It gets to a point where
it's nice to go to the beach in your country, because I can't even imagine what it's like when it's always, if it's cold and the cold air. I mean, I can't even imagine what the point of
cold and there's not really soft sand or white sand or any of that. It's kind of like pebbles, like a pebbly beach. And I mean, Brighton, like on the south coast, is a touristy area, so it's.
I do have a recommendation for you, actually.
We've been there, but it's logistically a bit of a nightmare.
These shoes are really good at protecting your feet if you've got uneven terrain, because it just has a tread, but it still feels like being barefoot. So you still get
the toes there.
Yeah, but it just takes the edge off. Like, these are beautiful for pebbles, and they've got grip on it as well. So, like, the problem actually with these,
I don't particularly mind it. And my kid, on the whole, will probably still find something to enjoy out of it. But the idea of having like sand castles is a little bit out of the question. It's like a pebble castle. But instead, like, you could maybe look for crabs or something like that.
But don't they have child's
there is sand. There is sand there, but it's just not as much as you would like.
Yeah.
So
when I was a child, we played in the neighborhood, and there was a bit of a park, there was a bit of a greenway, and we could play sports and we could fish, because I've got water right outside my house. But when they were building in places, they used to have hay bales. And we used to make houses out of, or that was just for one season that happened. There were all these hay bales, because they were building a big development around. And so we made these houses out of hay bales. But then they also had these little places for people that were like places that you could go to go have a picnic, but they were like giant picnic places that would have like interesting things for children to go and wander in.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I mean, there are. I'm sure there are, and I'm sure there is things like that. And there are other beaches that you could go to. But
We also had like child
The-
festivals. Like we used to have these
Same
naughty
thing,
child
it's like-
festivals for Christmas.
yeah, but they try and make like good money out of every thing
Quite
possible.
expensive.
You know, so like the idea of like you're saying like a picnic area, it's like don't be surprised if somehow you're gonna have to pay to use those picnic benches
Ah.
or like the facilities. And with an autistic kid as well, it adds an extra element of complications.
Yeah.
Like there's some open air swimming pools, but there's no the
They use
changing rooms are right next to the pool itself, and there's no lockers. So I don't know how that works exactly.
Well, if as long as you're not by yourself, as long as there's always one parent that can guard the stuff, you know, like can guard the towels and the. I
Yeah, I
guess.
mean, it's just me and the kids sort of thing. So like if we went to like if I use Brighton as an example, but it could be any beach really, and we wanted to play in the water, you would have to have your fingers crossed that no one's going to nick your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I come from a surfing family, so like usually you have like a necklace that has your car key on it, and then you use your car as a locker basically, and so you have to be parked.
Yeah, so maybe well, the thing is, when we did go to Brighton, we did use a car park, but even then, that's still like a
vulnerable.
15-minute walk from the actual water line.
Oh wow.
Because you're parking like Brighton, the town where the train station is, so that would be like where all the shops are, and you could, I think you could pretty much, if you got a straight line of sight, you could see the coast, but you know, I think the train station is probably like 5 or 10 minutes before you're actually where what you would call is like the sandy, pebbly, the beach, as it were, because like cars are still like driving around it, and then you've got like another sort of 5 minutes walking across the beach.
You know, Billy, what the path of least resistance is you need to snag a wife, a part-time mom or something. Sorry, I'm being
the thought crosses my mind every now and again, but
or team up with another single parent, and then you can work as a team maybe with a peer for the child.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Some of the other parents talk about how they kind of gather together to do their camping. So I make my little inquiries. I'm like, oh, so what's the
what
deal?
About like the scouts? You know, like this. Isn't there like a what do they call it in America? They have
we have like scouts or whatever they're called. Yeah,
for girls, the Girl Scouts. You know, they called it. That might be the kind of organization. I mean, how old is she?
8.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I haven't really heard of Girl Scouts, but I mean, camping is doable. It just sounds like it's going to suck to a bit of a degree. Like, you can't have a fire. You have to rent a fire pit.
Oh my word! You can't
It's
build
that kind
one.
of thing. Or like the idea of like wild camping, like screw the campsite. Just get in a car and just drive to the countryside and camp. You're not really technically allowed to do that. People do it, but they're breaking the rules. You know, we got this kind of craze over here where it's like they call it stealth camping, and people in like vans or like SUVs will drive around, find a location, and they'll kind of camp covertly on the sly.
I'm sorry, Billy, but this is what you get for dabbling in social democracy.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Sorry,
It
it's not
sucks.
your fault.
And it's getting worse and worse, and it's just like this. It's just like boo. It's just like we've got these music festivals, like Glastonbury. You might have heard of like Glastonbury, but there are smaller ones like Reading. It's still a big popular festival. Now, in the days when I used to go to them, you could have a fire, no problem. It wouldn't be an issue. But from what I understand now, is they've banned it. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to have fires. Or there are fires, but they're like organized by the venue itself. So it's kind of crap.
Well, you know what adds to that is the idea of global warming and all this
Yeah.
carbon, the demonization of the carbon cycle. It's so retarded.
Yeah, it's like for the fireworks display, you used to be able to have a bonfire, but now they still have a bonfire, but you have to pay tickets to a bonfire. It's like, what the Jesus.
Oh my word. Well, now you're not part of the EU. Maybe you can start asking for things to be liberalized a bit, because that is a bit ridiculous. I mean,
Well,
that is just...
yeah, that plus, I mean, those are just kind of like petty gripes of mine. But when you kind of look at how it's going with the education system, the changes in law,
The problem with that is that is going to lead to a nasty kind of police state, because then if you're on the wrong side of the politics of the police officer, because I've met people that are in the police, right, and they are SJW lights, like they are not properly politicized, but they just go on the side of what is popular, and they don't give a shit about ethics. They don't understand ethics. Their little minds just care about what is popular, and they care about their status because they are the enforcers. They are like the little, they don't realize that they're little Judge Dredds. They don't realize, like they didn't read comic books as a child. It was above them, kind of, over their head. And now they're going to get so much power because they're going to be like, this is a bonfire and you don't have a ticket, and then they're going to just applaud you into totalitarianism.
My own sort of personal kind of account for that is like police numbers are dropping. I don't really see that many police officers, like we call them like bobbies, walking the street, but I don't see them really. What we have instead are the traffic warden or the civil enforcers. So these aren't actual official police. They haven't got police powers, but they, in their egotistical minds, they feel like they're the police. So they try and...
Well, I think you have to do that, because in some sense, I think there is actually a way to get around the law. The way to get around the law, this is how the modern era works. Sorry, I'm just projecting this onto you. I've just come up with this idea. So in some sense, you can get away with it if everyone keeps the secrets. If no one reports, because, like the police aren't monitoring because that's why you can't have police on the streets anymore, because the law is insane. Everything is regulated up to fuckery, so like you can't get away with anything, so they can't police the streets, because if they police the streets they would have to enforce all of these insane laws. So instead it just is like, is someone nosy enough to actually pick up the phone and say, look, I'm worried about this, go and sort them out, like I'm sure it's not regulated, and so everything is regulated. And so that means that they can always get an excuse for a policeman to rock up and say, hey, have you licensed this? Have you sold all the tickets to the bonfire? And so everything, they're giving them a way in, but they have so many ways into everything. It's like giving the police 10 fingers and 10 different pies that they can't even walk the streets, because then they would have to be nosy. They would have to say, are you regulated? Are you licensed? So they have to stay locked up and far away, and so then you don't have proper policing. They're letting the culture police itself, and then they keep on over-regulating. So the culture is brittle. The culture is like, it's like dry cement that's crumbly. Like it's just a glass eagle. I don't know. It's I don't know, is that the metaphor for Glass-Steagall Act? But anyway, the whole thing is crazy. It's a bit
Or
harebrained.
even my kids' school at times have tried to talk as if they were the police. Like the section of road directly outside the school, they've closed it off under the idea of like cleaner air. Like it saves lives, but it's not really it's just a small section of road, and it's not exactly cleaning like the pollution. It's not solving anything. It's a load of bollocks, really. But the school speak as if they got jurisdiction of the highway.
Well, I guess you see, it's borrowed authority because they are empowered by the regulation, so they have to follow the regulation. Therefore, they are speaking to you as an indirect. They're talking to themselves, but they're telegraphing it to you, but they're actually directing it at themselves. So they're basically saying, we have to follow the regulation, so you should help us follow the regulation because it's the regulation, it's the law.
Yeah. I mean, it can get pretty grating and like gets on your tits kind of thing. Yeah. Like one of the messages were, we have noticed that some of the children are bringing in like unhealthy packed lunches. So could you please put a healthy packed lunch? And it's kind of like, fuck off. Don't tell me what to give my kid for packed lunch. Yeah. I mean, I'm not giving a McDonald's for
but you see, isn't that the problem? Isn't that the problem? Because they're not telling you that, they're telling somebody else that, but to tell somebody else that, they have to tell everyone at the same time.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's precaution of precaution of precaution of precaution. When you've got 4 layers of precaution, then you just end up with bedlam. It's just it's just utter. It's because none of it makes sense, because people have to shout at everyone in the same tone of voice just to get the message to one person. It's crazy.
Yeah. At one point, this was a while ago. My memory is a little bit faded on it, but I had a message from the head teacher complaining about the lack of. She was complaining about something like the lack of homework that was being submitted, or something like this. And this was when during that lockdown they were doing like online classes. Like your kid isn't attending the online classes enough, or according to our records, we've noticed your kid hasn't been logging into the online classes or hasn't been submitting enough homework. So that pissed me off. So I wrote to the headmistress, saying kind of like, oh, wait. What pissed me off the most was how they insinuated that my kid is falling behind in her education. And I was like, whoa, fuck you. Like, I'm not going to be blamed for picking up the pieces of your negligence. Like, my kid is so I corrected her. I said, like, my kid is logging in. In fact, because of my kid logging in online, half the time she's hijacking my computer. Like, I need my computer for my businesses or whatever, for my reasons as well. So following that, the headmistress gave me a flimsy apology. It was like a sorry but not sorry reply. And whenever she sees me in the playground now, she kind of gives me that sort of that extra smile or whatever, that kind of that timid scared. So like a buttercup kind of smile. And it's just
but
like,
don't you see that as a problem that can be sorted out? Like, can't you just get your kid like a what do they call it? Like an internet book? You know what I mean? Like
yeah, my kid's got her own laptop now, but I'm still not happy with it because these online classes are a load of bollocks. the online homework is a load of bollocks, and they've got these games which I don't think are very healthy. They're meant to be like educational games, but at the same time, there's like one of them. There are these gimmicks involved with them, so it's kind of like you can modify your kid's avatar. So half the time, my kid isn't really interested in doing the educational aspect. She just wants to fuck around with changing her avatar. And it's just like, oh no, you're meant to be doing you're meant to be doing your multiplications, and on top of it as well, you get to see the other students. There's like a forum for the other students so they can kind of keep in touch with each other. Now, my kid basically wants to troll them, just be like, "Oh look, there's my friends." I mean, it's kind of handy for me as a parent so that I can see the other kids' names. I'll go, "Oh, that's who you're talking about, and that's how you spell their name because they all got funny names." But my kid doesn't really understand. She doesn't really understand what trolling is, so she just basically wants to start sending them drawings and messages, and it's, on the one hand, I feel a bit bad because it's good that the kids have the opportunity to be able to keep in contact with each other, but at the same time, I want to have that kind of parental control of what she's sending them. Because my kid likes to do a lot of drawing. She's very artistic. So she's like, I mean, I've got stacks and stacks of her doodles. It's all over the place. And she wants to basically scan all of these pictures in and send them to all of her friends. It's like, whoa, no. Yes, it's nice that you want to, but no, you're basically spamming them. I mean, and luckily...
Well, have you tried to negotiate her condensing it into like, no, you have to choose one of them, or you have to make one. You can only, like, have you tried to restrict her into conditions that then force her to less spam?
Well, so far I've got it under control. So I just kind of like divert your eyes, children. Like, you don't need to look at that forum. You just focus on the classroom bit. So she doesn't. She's got other distractions that kind of keep her occupied.
Wait. Does she have enough time with her peers though? Like, do you have people over and stuff? Like, can you host stuff?
No, I mean, she's had a couple of play date occasions where she's gone over to other people's houses to have a little play date, and that's been great. But I suppose, like, I have a feeling, not pissed off, but like the mother of these other houses, she was all they're left leaning, they're kind of feminists. So as soon as I count, like, they'll start talking about their opinions on certain situations, and I'll kind of rebuttal or speak my mind a little bit. So I guess they picked up a sort of stay away from Billy, kind of stay away from Billy's stay away from the kids' dad's mentality. So we haven't been invited over since. Which is just as well, because I don't like some of these parents. I don't really like either. Anyway,
That's
for
the
the sake of the kid. The kids get along, but the parents don't. Like when I did go over there, the mother was texting me saying, "Oh, is it all right if like I asked them like how did it all go?" And they were like, "Oh, fine. They just started watching a DVD, And I was just like, well, that's pretty bollocks. But as saying that, I'd probably do the same thing anyway."
So is it that you give them too much space and they are more supervisional, or something like? Is that? Sorry, I'm just anticipating what you're about to tell me. Sorry.
No, you're trying to recall what ended up happening. I mean,
they called you while you were reporting what the kids were doing.
Yeah, like, well, no, she was messaging me like, "Oh, is it all right if your one stays for for lunch, or was it dinner? I can't remember. I think it was lunch. I was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Like, I'm happy for that. In fact, that'd be a good thing. Especially with how my kid is a fussy eater. But then somehow it didn't happen. Like, my kid came back home for lunch. I can't remember why. I think she was being too fussy about what they were eating or something like this. I can't quite remember how it went. But as it goes, I'm currently in the process of arranging because there's a dad at the school who is having a bit of a rough spell at the moment. So I've actually offered to him. I said to him, like, hey, how about I take your daughter with my kid to the cinema, so that you can have a bit of time, because you need to make sure you look after yourself. And he was like, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Like, he appreciates that. It hasn't happened yet, but it's in the works. So I'm at some point I'm expecting.
I said, Billy, I mean, look, I don't know about modern. Obviously, being a single parent and being a single dad has its own particular. I mean, you've really just educated me a whole lot. But I mean, obviously, you live in the city, which has been very different to my upbringing, and obviously, probably generationally, it's completely different. From us, how we grew up and how your kid is growing up is like chalk and cheese. But I mean, just what I'm hearing is that I imagine the problem is that you can't just let them go out on the streets in London. They can't go out themselves. They can't go out the front door. They can't be in the neighborhood. There's no such thing. The neighborhood doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And but with my kid's autism, even more so in my case, I wouldn't let her leave. Even when we're walking out together, like I'm always holding her hand.
I make sure I hold her hand. I mean, is she not capable of being aware of traffic? Is that the kind of autism?
No, she's aware of cars. But no, yeah. In terms of environmental safety, she hasn't got it. So yes, she's aware of cars. I mean, if she was on the high road, she'd be even more aware of cars. She wouldn't just run out. But like every time we cross the road, I'm always saying to her, make sure you look left and right. So I'm never too sure at what point there might be a bit of complacency slipping in. Like I say to her, like, it's not just the cars you've got to look out for. Be careful. There might be bicycles. You won't hear them coming, or you might get like a skateboarder or something like that. So don't just rely on your hearing or big objects in your vision, but you've got to be a bit careful. You never know, a cat might run across or something like that. Even though a cat's not exactly dangerous, but never mind.
So she would just follow a cat into the road or something?
Well, no, I don't think so. But I mean,
so are you saying to be careful of petting a cat that
starts? No. I was being a bit facetious. I kind of just. You never know, basically, is my point of like what might be going across the road that could hit you. But it's not just the road you have to be careful with, because you've got these like electronic scooters or bicycles might be riding on the pavement. Even though you might be walking on the pavement, it's still like, I try to tell her you need to have a bit more awareness of what, like, stop daydreaming or looking.
Billy, can I just recommend something here? I mean, this is just a shot in the dark, so please just think about this, and maybe you'll come up with a better suggestion than this. But what about physical training? Like if for boys you would go do judo. I prefer judo to this MMA shit and this.
Yeah, I've got a.
But gymnastics for a girl.
Yeah, just about to say gymnastics. Yeah, I've got her in an after-school club gymnastics. She's got after-school football today. And on Wednesday, she's got gymnastics.
The sports,
I like the idea of the gymnastics because it helps to give her coordination. But more like coordination with and her balance as well. Because when she's like, if I take her to the playground, I'll let her off the reins. She can kind of run free. but she's not very coordinated, and she's a bit in her own bubble, or her like one of the worries I have with football, for example.
Sorry, Billy. Can I also just say, like, I think you should try get her tutored by a guy, by somebody else who is maybe like, because I think that she doesn't have enough variety of peers, and she needs people who are more mature as well, perhaps, that can get through to her. So try to like even get her tutored or coached by some different people. I think try them out. Try find a good fit.
Yeah, well, I would love to have
anyway,
like a one-to-one tutor,
yeah.
things like that. Because
It doesn't like a bit of that, at least a bit of that. Maybe not maybe 100% that, but a bit of maybe some classes and some special attention. Anyway, but
yeah, like, well, that's right, like the special, because in her earlier years, she did have a one-to-one special helper in her classroom, like almost like a chaperone.
And Billy, I would just say as well, maybe music, because if she likes drawing and she likes art, maybe music might also be another way.
She does like music, but when it comes to trying to expand her musical interest, she's reluctant to try new things. So,
I used to do art classes as a child, and it was like in the holiday season, we would have these art classes with like 4 kids and an art teacher, and every day, usually it would be painting and it would be colors, and it would just be, but we would also do a little bit of clay work and a little bit of like just being creative, and then we would discuss things, because it would be like a tape, it would be like like the Jews do it,
what I've noticed,
sorry,
what I've noticed is there's this balancing act that goes on where you want to encourage your kids, right? So you want to push their boundaries, but with autism, there's a level of like you have to kind of have an acceptance of keeping your expectations within the realm of realism, because they are limited in certain ways. So what I've noticed with her is she'll have this curiosity of wanting to try new things, like something that's trendy. So she'll get into Minecraft, or she'll get into a little bit of music or a bit of art. But once she's found something to latch onto, now she wants that repetitive pattern of it. So when it comes to the drawing, she'll basically draw the same thing over and over and over again, which gets a bit irritating. It's like, why don't you draw something different? People are like, no, I'm just going to draw the same thing. Or when it comes to music, she'll have a few songs she'll like, and I'll say, hey, why don't you listen? Hey, this is some jazz. Listen to some jazz. She'll be like, no, I want to carry on listening to what I want to listen to, and she'll play it over and over again. Or like if she's watching movies, I'll be like, hey, why don't you watch?
Really, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I think I get the principle, because I know a little bit about psychology from this kind of thing, but let me theorize. You tell me if you think that I'm onto something here, because I've dealt with autistic kids. Like I have even like tried to get them out of it and things like that, and I do think that because they have a very firm grasp about what they are doing. They are doing what they do, and they've decided how to do it. And so they know what it's good for, and they know what they're trying to do. And I always try to get them out of their shell. But sometimes it's also a physical thing, because they're also dealing with stress and this is a coping mechanism to some degree. I do think that it's possible to heal from autism, but you need to get it early as well. But I also think that it can also be nutritional as well. And it can be connected with sugar addiction and with the highs and the lows of the glycemic, kind of, what do they call it, blood sugar, because people are very sensitive. Some people with their physiology are mentally sensitive to the ebb and flow. That's why they become fuzzy eaters as well, because they've got a bit of, they're addicted to processes, and they need to have control over their processes, because that is how they're coping with their anxiety and their stress.
That is some of it,
But I can put this on a gentler way, because there is, I can describe this in a way of how it maybe comes undone. But I would just recommend also, if you can read the book by Dr. Amen on the 7. It's like 4. It's like 5 different types of ADD, because it has particular amino acids that are very good, because a lot of it is like, like thought patterns are also neurological taxes on your physiology, and you can try to manage it with food, and you can try to manage it with sugar, and that can be part of your coping anyway. But I'm just saying that, like, what you can do with these people is to try and make them communicate what it is that they're trying to do, because a lot of it is that they've actually latched onto an algorithm or a heuristic, and they are not relaxed enough to be broad enough, to be open enough about philosophizing in the open about what it is that they want to do, because then they could actually relax a bit, instead of being from one stream into another stream into another stream, that they want to hopscotch and always be doing what they know what they're doing, so that they know that they can be defended.
Well,
Because
this is the trouble that I have is, well, one of the trouble is when she gets into these kind of patterns, there is almost like there's a desire to want to shut down. So when she's doing things, when she's in that repetitive mode, she's now in like an autopilot. So her brain has gone to sleep. It's like the lights are on, but no one's home. So it makes me wonder, like, so where are you? Are you where? Like, can you be present in mind with me? Tell me what's going on. So I'm always asking her, like, so how do you feel? Like, what's going on? What are you thinking? That sort of thing. But with that, going back to this sort of situational awareness, this is why, like, when she plays football or when she's out on the pavement, she's in this sort of dreamlike state. And I think I've heard you say before, like, when you're in your childhood, you live life as if you're in a dream. So she's very much like that. So, like, if she's playing football, she might be watching the ball being passed around, and she might even, like, interact with the ball being kicked to her. But if a football goes flying towards her face, she'll be too busy just staring at it to actually put her guard up and block it. So she'll just basically get a ball in the face. Or if she's on the pavement, or in the playground and kids are running around, they can easily, like, barge into her without her realizing to sort of have that reflex action to, like, step aside or something like this. Or if she turns, or if a scooter is coming up from behind, and she might have an awareness of something approaching her, she might turn to see what it is, but instead of getting out of the way, she'll just look at it like a rabbit in the headlights, and it just goes crashing into her.
You see, I don't want to diagnose, I don't want to talk about the psychological construct of this, because my theory, it's ambiguous. If it's a meta-type structure, then what I'm about to say is not correct. But just based on a general overview of this, not knowing the personality style, the core personality style that's engaging this, what I would say that this is symptomatic of is that these are people that don't want unconscious moral judgments coming against them. They're guarding an internal locus of control, and they have a kind of process addiction to having an internal locus of control, and they have no space for anybody else's moral, ethical judgments coming from the outside. So they don't have an ethical dialogue. They're not capable of negotiating what things mean. They have to have a unilateral handle about, they are very subconsciously in-house grafted. So they're incest. They're insulated. I mean, that's literally the word, autistic, of the self-relating. So they're only self-relating. And so if you want to get a message to them, you have to puppet an image that they have inside them. They have to like you and admire you enough to mirror you inside their own subconscious. They need to have a subconscious avatar of the external. And so now I would generally say that it's because this whole generation has been so supervised by authority and has been so pasteurized. They haven't developed their own unique sense of self. They need to actually work out So people slamming doors outside, and they haven't worked out a parallel between the unconscious and the subconscious. They don't have a proper pairing between the unconscious and the subconscious, and that's also part of growing up, you know. So usually, what people do is they explore this within fantasy worlds. They explore this within Disney princess movies. They explore this in the realm of romance, and they are told, you are too young for sexualization. You know, sex is off limits to you. So you can imagine Prince Charming and imagine getting married and put it into the future. So you put the sandbox into the future of your imagination. So they are living in future time in their imagination, where they are exploring this in a category that is separate to their real life. But now you've got people, they don't have stable imaginariums. They don't have stable test boxes for their unconscious. Or, you know, you can't expect young children to be integrated. You know, you can't be integrated. You know, things are going at different speeds, you know. So maybe she's trying to understand the closed mode of acting is that you are in a process until you get what you want. So she's learning structure. She's learning how to be strict with herself. She's setting her own tasks for herself. She's being her own taskmaster, you know. So she has already learned how to subjugate herself to a goal, to a purpose, to an objective, you know. So she is her own little workhorse, you know, like she is the effect of her own task mastering, you know. She's a self-manager, right? And so when you try to say be a co-manager, when you say no, let's co-manage this, she's like no, she's fobbing you off, or like, you know, I'm a fussy eater, I already know what I want, and you don't know how to negotiate with me, or you can't get on the same level as me, because maybe she doesn't have the vocabulary, maybe she doesn't want the vocabulary, maybe she doesn't like you, or she likes something else about somebody else, and she thinks that it's an either or. She thinks that it's a zero sum, you know, like you like what you like, and you there's no middle ground, you know. There's no maybe, there's no somewhat. Is it somewhat the case, or is it somewhat not? She can't deal with the indecision. She can't sit with the problem. She has to do something. I don't know. You know, it could be in the midst of all of those things.
Yeah, no, what you're saying there are elements of that happening, and also, but there are also times, because these are some of the things that we
try to deal with.
Myself, I try and work with the idea of like some patience. So that kind of puts you in that sort of ambiguity, limbo state, that wonder, which I think helps. And with the school, they're trying to teach her. They call them like mood zones. Like, are you in the green zone? Are you in a red zone? Are you in the blue zone?
No, you see, you don't want to do that too much. You want to allow it to be private. You don't want to make it public, and because to do that in public, you're already breaking up the personal connection that they would make to they have to do it themselves. They actually have to make the connection themselves. You know, a better thing would be to give her a kaleidoscope. Sorry, or what are they called? You know, the things that you switch around and it makes different patterns.
Yeah, a kaleidoscope. Yeah.
Yeah, give her is it called a kaleidoscope? Give her a kaleidoscope to play with until she's sick of playing with it. You know, and use that. You know, like I would blame you. This is the problem as well, is that you maybe have. Look, I know that you see, it's easier to do this with two parents because then you can play good cop, bad cop. But I think that maybe you need to start increasing the blame that you give to her on a gradient scale, and you negotiate with her. So you force her to negotiate with you until you can find a middle ground where you can sit in the broadness of life. Because I think this is the problem. You know, you're trying to give her wonder. You're trying to give her an escape from her own condition. But I think you need to actually force her condition to broaden a bit, I would say. But I mean, she's still 8. She still has a lot of growing to do. So I don't want to give you inspiration to go and change her life radically. But I do think that sometimes people do need a bit of. The sad thing is, you know, it's easier if you have peers, because if you have multiple different friends, you can be different to different people, if you know what I mean. You can explore different things in different play settings. You know, if you have different contexts that you live in, you can use that to have a broad exploration of life. You can have a
because when she's in a new environment or environment, she's like on another planet. It's like she's in one, like I suppose wonder is one way of putting it, but she's not, I suppose not. She tries to superimpose what she's familiar with onto every other situation. It's like in the real world that doesn't work. You can't like, let's say
she's only 8, so I mean, isn't that a useful test case?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of like
what makes her autistic though? Like, what is her behavior that's autistic? To me, it sounds like that she doesn't have good friends. She doesn't have stable friends. I mean, she just sounds lonely to me.
She's very sociable. You can see she has this desire to want to have lots of friends, and she wants to be like a party animal. She wants to be like a little diva if I'd let her. But she has a difficulty in.
Why won't you let her? Or when you say diva, do you mean like princess?
Well, the princess mentality, I try and scupper as much as possible, but I don't deny her having friendships. Like when I pick her up from school, she's running around the playground. She's going up to the adults. She's more.
Maybe you should let her. Maybe you should try to.
To the kids, because the adults are a bit more tolerating with trying to understand her or decipher what she's trying to mean, whereas people of her age are a bit more confused and they just kind of run off.
Look, I don't want to. I'm not in a position to give anyone advice. I don't have children myself, but I think that maybe you should play around with this princess idea a bit more. And I think that what you should do is you should give her the freedom to even upset you in how she projects herself. But I think you should try to argue her into being an ethical princess. I think you should maybe give some grounds so that she can solidify an identity that makes, instead of her projecting onto her environment, she can have a stable identity. Maybe she wants to be a princess or she wants to test out being a princess. So maybe you should let her run with it and then criticize her when it's appropriate to do so and try and make her an ethical princess or try and get her to give it up.
Yes.
In
her
own space. In her own space.
Yeah, I don't.
In her own time. In her own time as well.
I criticize the princess sort of stereotypical idea of it. So I tell her, well, as we're reading bedtime stories or we're watching Disney's and things like that, I'll kind of frown upon some of these princesses' behaviors. I'll be like the story of the Frog Prince, and I'll be like, oh, this princess here in this story, she's not a very nice princess. And I'll tell her that princesses are entitled and they're a bit cruel to their subjects and things like that. So I try to tell her not to aspire to be this archetype. But at the same time, if she wants to wear a dress and she wants to wear like a crown, or she wants to wave her magic wand, her fairy magic wand, then so be it. I let her do it, kind of thing.
Don't you think you're parенtifying her a little bit? Because maybe these things, they actually are good for girls to grow out of, if you know what I'm saying. They actually have to explore them and exhaust them in their own imagination. Otherwise, they are being held back a bit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I run the risk of, what is it they say? Like, don't press the button kind of thing. So the more you tell them not to press the button, the more they want to press the button.
So it's like, don't think about a pink elephant or
yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
So it's a weird kind of arrested development. It's a. I don't want to use this. This is a pejorative word. That you're being stunted on an identity. You've got a stunted identity that you're like, I can't have it. I can't have it. And so then you are exploring it indirectly in ways that you are allowed to have it, but in some sense, it's all around the void that you're not allowed to go. It's like this is off limits, so you end up, sort of drawing outside the line, but you're actually circling. Anyway, so it's just an idea. Maybe think about. I can't give you more than that.
Yeah, it's
there's a good movie about this. I would even recommend watching this movie. I haven't even finished watching this movie. It was like a 2009 movie. Oh, I need to find it on my computer. I stopped watching it. The beginning of the movie is a Disney cartoon, and then it starts going into real life. Oh my word, what is it called? It was like a 2009 movie. It was such a good movie. Still need to finish watching it. Sorry, let me just look for it now. Sorry. This is really a good movie to watch, I would even say, for you to watch. Because I think the theme of what I'm talking about is actually in this movie. There are a lot of old movies that people like just completely forget about, which are like really culturally good that people have like. Oh, wait, I don't know if I can find it now. Where did I put it? I don't know how I came across this movie, but it was. And I watched this other movie the other day. It made me cry. Oh wait, no, it's not in this folder. Damn it! I'm gonna have to find it somewhere. Oh wait, there. It was like, man, it had the guy from. I'll look it up on IMDb. It had the guy that was in what's that series with the doctors? Grey's Anatomy. It was when he was like more hot, like in Grey's Anatomy, he's like an old fox, silver fox. But what is this guy's name? Yeah, Patrick Dempsey. So he was in the movie. Okay, let me see what movie he was in. Enchanted, 2007. I think it was that. Yes, Enchanted, 2007. That's the movie. That's the movie.
okay. I'll look into it.
Okay.
Check that. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Billy. I need to go eat something. I'm sorry. I've just given you this. I've just vomited on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have something to eat. It's lunchtime. Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah. It's like, how often are you going to be doing? Is it a regular thing for you with streaming? Are you trying to get into a regular thing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about trying to get money from YouTube. Maybe that'll help solve some problems in my life, because that I can be more productive as well. But I also, anyway. So yeah, I mean, I was thinking about like I was being scammed by someone, I think, and I ended up making a Bitcoin account. So I was thinking I could actually ask people for Bitcoin and for Ethereum, but like Bitcoin now is collapsing. Like someone told me Bitcoin's going to end up being half as much as it is now. So, and I believe them. So, but anyway, it doesn't really matter, because as soon as you get the Bitcoin, you can translate it into your currency using this app that I got.
Well, anyway. I mean, I'm sub to your channel anyway, so whenever it is you're going to be streaming next, I'll probably get a notification for it.
I streamed like 3 other times, and I've taken them down. I didn't delete them. I just removed them because I was spinning out last week, and I was on psych medication as well, and now I need to lose weight again. Oh my word! All these things that anyway. But anyway, so I need to go through all of my content again, and I think the last video on my channel might have sexual content in it that might be embarrassing. So that was one of the things. I don't have the time to go back and clear up all these stupid things.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, okay, man. Until next time, anyway, whenever that is.
Cheers, sorry, I didn't give a good set. Anyway, cheers, Billy. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Ike, man. All right, take care, man. See you later.
You too. Cheers. Oh. Ollie. Oh, so they go back. I only watched like half of Enchanted. I didn't even get to the third act. But even that was very inspirational to me. It like sparked some things in my head about the culture. You know, it's interesting when because the silver screen often is giving you a preview, like The Matrix. I think was prescient. It was almost prophetic. Anyway, yeah, I was going to do a whole one-man show on this live stream, but now I don't have the energy. I need to go eat. But anyway, we went through some interesting contexts and issues and things like that. Anyway, I don't know how to end off these things. There's this guy who's an empath and whose YouTube I just started subscribing to. And I think he says signing off. Anyway, bye. Oh, that's funny. Did it not end the broadcast? I actually have to push the end broadcast. It's embarrassing.